of the hospital. Make sure you stick with us both on air and online at WTAE.com as we learn all of the latest. But for now, reporting from Butler Memorial Hospital, Yasmin Rodriguez, Pittsburgh's Action News 4.
All right, and obviously want to avoid that area if you have to be out there. She mentioned 68 is closed. It's going to stay closed for some time. A lot of police activity in that area, so if you don't need to be there, avoid it.
And you heard Yasmin say that we're not sure at this point the president is at Butler Memorial Hospital. We're monitoring the other hospitals in the area as well, including Allegheny General Hospital. Pittsburgh's Action News 4 reporter Kaylee Gunderson is live for us at that location. Kaylee, what is happening there right now? I apologize. We have lost her signal. We'll check back with her in a few moments and find out what's going on at Allegheny General Hospitals. We're trying to determine if other people are being brought to local hospitals, those who may have been injured during what took place this afternoon.
All right, we want to bring Chandy back in. We're now hearing from Bishop David Zubik.
Yes, exactly. Catholic Bishop David Zubik issued a statement saying they are deeply shocked at the reports of the shooting, adding, "Let us join together in prayer for the health and safety of all, for healing and peace, and for an end to this climate of violence in our world. May God guide and protect us all." And we have another statement. Former President Donald Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., tells ABC he says his father is in, quote, good spirits as he remains under observation, adding that his father is never gonna stop. Now let's try and get Kaylee Gunderson back. So we're going to head it back to Andrew and Kelly.
Yeah, once again, joining us at Allegheny General Hospital. Kaylee, are they seeing increased activity there?
Kelly, absolutely. Take a look at Sandusky Street, where we are right now. We are right outside of Allegheny General Hospital. Sources have been telling us that former President Donald Trump was brought here. We're working to confirm that information, but we can tell you that there's a heavy police presence here, and there has been for the past hour or so. Since we got on scene, we saw several helicopters leaving and coming in. Again, no word on who is in those helicopters, but definitely a heavy police presence here from Pittsburgh Police as well as Allegheny County Sheriff's deputies. We're also seeing people, if we look over here to the left side of the corner of Sandusky Street, we can see people kind of gathering to see what's going on. You know, when you hear news as jarring as this, people flock to a scene like this and they want to get answers. They want to know what's happening. And of course, that's the same scene on the opposite side of our camera as well. People who are coming from a nearby music festival, stopping by to try to learn more, to try to see what's been going on. Again, hearing from sources that former President Donald Trump may have been brought here.
Wonder who was playing. It was either at the Heinz Field or Stage AE. I'm betting Stage AE. I thought this was more important tonight to listen to, and I found a good stream on WTAE's YouTube page, since their webpage sucks, in my opinion. Fix that. So I figured we'd watch the local news. This is Allegheny General Hospital. It's in the north side of Pittsburgh. Really good hospital. Honestly, it's who my husband works for, but he works at a different hospital that they're ran by AGN. It's also the hood. It's north side, but it's also where the Stillers play. We have Randy Land not far from there, which is really cool. It's this autistic guy. He went and he painted his house and made it a big thing. The casino's over there. It's a pretty busy area in Pittsburgh. You think? I like AGH. They treated my foster brother really good when he had cancer before he passed away. I gotta like them. My husband works for him, Anastasia. Shh. UPMC is really good too. Okay, hold on.
Here, we're working to confirm that information, and as soon as we have that information, we'll come right back to you with more. For now, reporting live on the North Shore, Kaylee Gunderson, Pittsburgh's Action News 4.
Kaylee, before you go, as you said, you're near that North Side Music Festival, which is taking place right now. I'm sure people are walking by wondering what's going on. When they hear what took place in Butler, what are they telling you? How are they reacting to the news that this took place at the Trump campaign rally today?
Well, I can tell you, it's kind of a stunned response. People are very quiet out here, just kind of watching, to see what's happening. information is all over the place. People just want to know what's going on, and if President Trump is here at this hospital, or if people aren't aware of exactly what happened. They just want to know why police are flocking around a hospital. That's always a concerning sight to see. But of course, we'll be talking to people, get their take on what they're experiencing tonight. Andrew.
Yeah, of course, this is such a big story all across the country. And then, this really brings it to home that this happened in our backyard.
It does. And of course, this will be the center for all the investigation, and we'll find out more in the days to come exactly what happened and why this happened.
Right. We know, though, it was chaos out at that rally today after the popping sounds went off. The former president ducked. Crowds were sent running by that gunfire. Stephen Lasko was in the crowd, shared this video with us that really gives you a firsthand look here. You can see all of those folks running as they start realizing what was happening. And keep in mind, there were several thousand people gathered there, many since the gates opened at 1 o'clock. It was extremely hot. We know there were several calls for medics in the crowd, not to mention some folks might have had some special accommodations they needed for medical reasons. Definitely a difficult situation to need to evacuate quickly.
And, I've covered a number of those campaign rallies in the past. I mean, people are just jammed in there, just jam-packed. So when something like that happens, you have.
My heart transplant baby is very political ever since he was really young because of his medical and always having to fight for insurance for his medicine. And he was really, really, really fond of Bernie Sanders. So I took him to a Bernie Sanders protest in Oakland, which is where Pitt is, our college, Pittsburgh University. And this guy's right. Those rallies are very crowded. Like, there's no standing room. There's no nothing. Yes, there were lots of kids there. Lots of locals bring their kids to that because you're teaching them a part of history, right? It should be safe when you bring your children to events like that, no matter who the official is running.
To hope it doesn't become a stampede situation.
Right.
Clearly, people were able to get out safely, but it's a very scary situation because once again, people are just crowded together waiting for the former president to speak.
Right.
Well, one of the speakers before the former president today was the mayor of Slippery Rock. In fact, he was right near the stage when all this unfolded.
I was front row, stage left, so to the right side of the president, as close as you could get to the stage from the barrier. And I heard that first crack, and part of me, started looking around, but mostly it was disbelief. Like, this couldn't possibly have been. Surely it was a firecracker or something. It's a gag. The second round I heard what I thought was a 22 or something that was like it. So I just shoved my wife down to the ground and put myself over and I asked her. She's a state police officer. I said, "Do you think that sounded like a 22?" And she said, "Yes, I do." And so we kind of decided in that moment that's what was happening. So we yelled at everybody around us, of course, to get down and keep their heads as close to the ground as possible.
And now we're going to hear some more. This is from President Joe Biden. I have been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. A statement now from State Attorney General Michelle Henry. I am deeply disturbed by this act of violence that has absolutely no place in the Commonwealth or anywhere. My regards are with the family who will be forever impacted by this heinous act. I am hopeful for a speedy recovery for former President Donald Trump. We are in contact with our law enforcement partners and we will work cooperatively with them. Now, here's another statement. Former President Donald Trump posting this statement on Truth Social just moments ago. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for the rapid response on the shooting that took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what had happened. God bless America. Again, that is a statement from President Donald Trump not too long after this all unfolded. So you heard it exactly right here.
That now officially confirms that he said he
Yes.
was in fact hit with a bullet. I think everyone was being a little bit careful not to speculate that he was. You know, we saw the picture of him with the blood coming down his face, but he just confirmed that. And that just kind of puts in perspective how close this came to being such a different situation.
And saying that he
I love our Pittsburgh news broadcasters. They're so professional. I watch all these other states and they're good too, but Pittsburgh got some real good news broadcasters. Thank you, WTAE. I don't watch you often. I watch WPXI.
heard it whizzing past him,
Right.
the bullet whizzing past him. So that was straight
Wow.
from the president. So you
Wow.
heard
Okay.
it.
So yeah, that came out just a few moments ago.
And this is so unprecedented. I mean, well, maybe not unprecedented. The last time we had something like this on the campaign trail, you got to go back to 1968. Robert F. Kennedy, following the California primary, was actually killed in an assassination attempt in a hotel in California. So we haven't had anything on the campaign trail quite like this since 1968. But fortunately, the president is okay, although a bystander was killed this afternoon.
Right.
And it leads you
Okay, maybe not. They're dumbasses. You forgot Reagan, idiot. Damn it. Right after I give you compliments. Although Reagan wasn't on the campaign trail. So, yeah, I didn't see glass behind him. He wasn't hit by glass. He made a statement. It pierced his ear. This is just crazy. It's even crazier that it happened here. Like, our local news is their local news. They're not seeing any other local news in their area. It is a little bit of a distance, but for me, probably about, depending how you drive, 25 to 40 minutes. Not really far at all. I thought the blood on the face was actually where the gray started, then up to the ear. Well, they're saying here that it pierced the top of his ear, but it went through his ear and he could feel the skin rip, was his statement. Ugh. And the one lady, I watched an interview right before this. The one lady had come on and said that she was 6 rows from the front of the stage. And there was all kinds of children and just crazy. He should have had glass behind him, innocent. I don't understand what they were thinking. And they also said that the shooter was on a building outside of the fairgrounds farmland. It's been a long time since I've been up in that area of Butler. But they're saying it was outside the gates, that he didn't pass the gates to get in. But you would still think that they would have security outside the gates, right? There should be security everywhere, especially in such an open country setting area. Yeah, the kids were crying. She said they were, it's sad, disgusting, really. But I want to let you guys know this news broadcast we're watching is, I went back to the beginning when I can start it. So it's not live. If you prefer live, let me know. I'll put the live on. But I'm going to play it for a little bit. I just want to give commentary. I don't know. I'm probably going to get copyright. I think I forgot to put my banner on the last one. All right. Hold on.
you to think of what's next. We're following this developing story,
Mhm.
but we're talking about the security.
Yeah.
And that leads you
Right.
to the next question. We found out that this happened, the shooter was outside the security perimeter at the time, possibly on the roof.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, that's what we were hearing from, the Butler DA, that the shooter is confirmed. I don't know male or female yet. Don't know how this person died, if they were taken down by Secret Service or some other law enforcement agency, or if it was self-inflicted. That's just, I guess, speculation at this point, according to the DA. But the person was on a roof outside of the security perimeter and was shooting from quite a distance, and came very close to taking the president's life.
And when
former
you
president's life.
and when you have local news, we understand that area. Butler
Yep.
County, very rural area.
Okay, we want to turn to this now. Also, a person at the rally is sharing a video with us on social media, capturing some of the chaos. Take a look.
Yeah, we got them. Where's Marvin? Bro, what's up? Holy fuck, bro, unbelievable. Bro, shit. Bro, unbelievable.
Well, you heard the shock, and obviously people saying unbelievable as they tried to get away from that scene after the bullets started flying. Obviously very terrified, not sure what was going on. A lot of people just in shock at that moment, and you could see that in that video.
And we were hearing when we were watching the ABC feed too, and I'm sure we're going to hear from so many more of those spectators as the hours and the days go on. But it was just like a sense of disbelief. Like when you watch it on video, it seemed very obvious that it was gunfire. At least that's how it sounded in the video. But because they were in the middle of this rally, it was described as being lighthearted, and they were with like-minded people and a strong community. That's not where anyone's mind initially went. There was a little bit of a delay before people realized that this was a very serious situation.
Well, like we said in the newsroom, when the news feed was there, when it was happening, we immediately heard the popping sounds. But when we saw former President Donald Trump not at the podium, we immediately knew something bad had happened. And that's when we went into action, calling the crews and everything. So it turned from lighthearted to not seeing Donald Trump and knowing something had immediately went wrong, and then Secret Service covering it. So,
all right, let's turn our attention now, if we can. Do we have that video from Sky 4? No, we don't. We're going to get back to that in just a few moments. But right now, this is all being investigated. There we go. There's a video from Sky 4 of the scene. Is this live? Is this live? No. This is earlier this afternoon, once everybody had left the location, or at least the majority of people had left the location, following the fire, the gunfire, and obviously what unfolded. And as you can see, that place cleared out in a hurry, at least the stands did. But as Carlos Flores told us, traffic is backed up because there aren't a whole lot of roads in and out of that farm location. So right now, people are trying to make their way home, but you're seeing the aftermath of what took place this afternoon, a venue full of people. They're rallying for former President Trump in advance of the Republican National Convention, which takes place next week in Milwaukee.
Right, of course, and a lot of eyes on this too. A lot of the national media there, as they are at a lot of his rallies, but we're expecting to hear his vice presidential choice here. And it was maybe thought and speculated it could have happened at this rally today here in Butler.
And that's happened in the past. Usually there's a rally before the convention, and that's normally where we see the nominee introduced. For instance, you go back to President Bush back in 1988. That's where he introduced Dan Quayle at a rally prior to the convention.
Right.
and they thought that this could be up in the air. It may have happened at the rally, but it could have also happened on Monday.
True.
So.
Right. But yeah, just, extra attention, extra maybe even attendance at this particular rally as we do get so close to the Republican National Convention.
Once again, this is being investigated this afternoon, this evening, as a potential assassination attempt. But Trump spokesperson confirms former President Donald Trump is fine tonight after those shots rang out at his rally. Take a look.
Look what happened.
Move it spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you.
Ready?
Move.
Up.
Move. Go.
Up. Hawkeye's here. Issues. Hold that in your head. It's bloody. So we gotta move to the class. Watch out.
And sense the terror and the confusion as that all unfolded. And once again, there's the president, fist raised, defiant, following the assassination attempt, blood on his ear. And there's the photos we're seeing right now from that location, the Secret Service covering the president. And because the microphone was right there, you could also hear what was taking place. You hear the Secret Service barking out signals, getting the president off the podium. These photos capturing that moment. Once again, the fist pump to the crowd saying he's okay despite the apparent injury, as you see right there. Once again, we're told he is okay, and we understand from our reporter Kaylee Gunderson on scene.
So how it works here, because my son did it, is we have little like offices all over the place during the presidency, and people will get together and plan certain areas that they're going to go before a rally and knock on doors and ask for donation or for your support or for your vote. It kind of becomes a pain in the ass. It gets as bad as Jehovah's Witnesses sometimes. And then they have the rally, and when we went to the Bernie Sanders rally, it was free. They just took, you have to stand in line, you got to get there early. Butler, I would think everybody who wanted to go would fit. Where they had this one, I would think it was a big enough area to fit a lot of people. Plus it's rural. You're not going to have too many people driving around from like Allegheny County, Beaver. Yeah, I know you do. I just want to explain it a little bit. But yeah, that's how it goes. And then you come in and then they take, yes, it's insane, September. But they could take donations when you're in there. I'll tell you, when we went to Bernie Sanders, fucking water was like $6 a bottle. I was pissed. You had no water. You were dying. They get so packed. I don't remember if I seen a donation box. I know you could usually stop at the tables where, yeah, I guess they do have a donation box. You stop at the tables and you pick up your brochures or whatever they have there. They're actually pretty fun. My son loved going to the Sanders one. I'll have to share photos one day. This is just really sad that this happened. You're welcome. All right, we'll put it back on. For those that just came in, this is local to Butler news, local to me. This is our local news.
At Allegheny General Hospital on the north side, the president may be there. We're working to confirm that right now.
Right, speculation. We also have Yasmin Rodriguez up at Butler Memorial. They also had the entrances there blocked. That's obviously closer in proximity. So as we wait for that information, of course, we'll keep you posted. Our crews aren't going anywhere. They're going to be stationed there, looking for any signs of activity. The president is at either of those locations.
Okay, the time right now is 9 o'clock. We're going to reset things and walk you through what we know at this hour. This, according to the U.S. Secret Service, and of course the DA from Butler County as well, confirming the shooter is dead tonight. Also, a bystander in the crowd was killed today. 2 others critically injured and taken to local hospitals. Officials say live rounds were fired from outside that security perimeter on the roof of a nearby building. Now, President Joe Biden spoke a short time ago and says she's been thoroughly briefed about the situation. He hopes to speak with President Trump very shortly. In fact, here is what the president had to say in his message to the nation a short time ago.
Okay, we're going to have to get back to that. His quote was, "There's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's one of the reasons we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this." And Chandy, I believe we have some more information coming in from our ABC Bureau.
Yes, Kaylin Norwood.
Yeah, I still might, little Dev. I just wanted to watch my local news for a little bit on the Trump stuff. I just thought this was a little more important at the moment, but I do want to go over the BK stuff. We'll see how long I stay on for. And thank you for coming back. Thank you all for being here. This is just local to the Trump stuff, so I thought I'd bring it out for a little bit, but we can go over the BK stuff in a little bit when we get bored with this.
Everyone has all the latest information right now, so we're going to toss to her.
Oh, okay. It looks like we're still waiting on getting that as well. As if you're just joining us, surely you've heard by now there was what appears to be an assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump at a rally here in our area today. So the eyes of the world now on our area in Western Pennsylvania. This happened in Butler County.
And we all saw it unfold on live television. The president was hit by either the bullet or bullet shrapnel, had damage to the ear. We understand the shooter is dead tonight, and that shooter was shooting from a building outside the venue. And one bystander was killed in all this. We also understand 2 people were injured as well and taken to local hospitals. We have crews. Yasmin Rodriguez is at Butler Memorial Hospital, Kaylee Gunderson at Allegheny General Hospital, waiting to see who has been taken to a hospital, how they're doing, and getting updates for you on that as well. So we this story is very fluid, as you can imagine. So we're getting information in as soon as we get it. We're sharing it with you. So please bear with us if there are any technical issues. But once again, this is continuing to unfold even at this hour. In fact, Chandy, this all took place. It was what time? About
it was a little bit before, I think 5 o'clock.
Okay.
You know, we were getting ready for the show. And if you look at the video, you can see that former President.
Pretty much innocent. Usually they don't allow guns into these events. At least I don't think so. I don't know that yeah, we were checked. Maybe not. Lord, that was so long ago.
Donald Trump is being whisked away into a car. This all happened. He was forced from the stage after hearing some pop-it noising that we heard, but now it's been confirmed that those were actually shots fired. That was confirmed by state police and confirmed by the former President Donald Trump in his statement. And we know that this is being investigated as a potential assassination attempt. And like you said, this hasn't happened.
Yeah, I remember going through metal detectors because it took us a little while to get in, and there was a hallway. Yep, they don't allow the guns at these rallies. At least at the Standers one, they didn't. I just answered that. I doubt that they had them at here. Well, no, they could have. No, it's okay. Ask the questions. They're very good questions. I'm betting they did. I'm betting they had metal detectors. I'll find out, though. They'll probably talk about it here for days. Like I said, we had the Tree of Life Synagogue shooting here, too. So it's horrible. It's horrible for our area. Any kind of gun violence like this, it's bad.
And quite a few decades.
Right. Yeah. Okay, we want to go now. We have some information coming in from our DC bureau. We want to go to reporter Kaylin Norwood with some more perspective on this.
Yeah, guys, that's right. President Biden speaking from Delaware shortly after this shooting at former President Trump's rally. Now, he called it sick, saying there is no place in America for this kind of violence. Take a listen.
The idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody.
Oh, he said that he has tried to speak with former President Trump, still working on speaking with him tonight, and he thanks Secret Service for getting the former president to safety. The White House says that President Biden went to the emergency briefing room that he has in Rehoboth to deliver that message to the country. Vice President Harris said that she has also been briefed on the situation, saying that she's relieved that Trump is not seriously injured. Reporting live from the White House, Kaylin Norwood, Pittsburgh's Action News 4.
Kaylin, when we heard from the president earlier, it was just a very quick statement that he came out and made with reporters, and he alluded to possibly coming back later. Do you know if anything is planned for later this evening?
You know, this is a very fluid situation. As you mentioned, the president did say that if there are any significant updates, he will come back and brief us if possible or deliver a statement. And we are monitoring both of those options right now. Back to you.
Okay, Kayla Norwood live at the White House in Washington. We will check back with you, especially if the president does make a statement at some point during the course of the evening. Once again, he's hoping to speak with Donald Trump at some point following obviously what has been a very terrifying and shocking day in our political discourse.
Okay, and we also want to go to this now, a statement that is just coming in from the United States Secret Service. It says, quote, during former President Trump's campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania on the evening of July 13th at approximately 6:15, a suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated position outside of the rally venue. U.S. Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. U.S. Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and the former president is safe and being evaluated. One spectator was killed. 2 spectators were critically injured. The incident is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has formally notified the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So with that statement, we are now getting confirmation it was the Secret Service who in fact killed the shooter.
Let's take a look now. If you're not familiar with the location of all this, it's the Butler Farm Show grounds where the rally took place today in Butler County. Once again, Evans City Road is right there as well. So you're getting a sense of where this is and also how, just a few roads, 2-lane roads in and out of that venue. So as you can imagine, people, as they were trying to get out of here, suddenly it was a log jam, a traffic jam of cars trying to escape this location following the shooting that took place earlier today. But this is the location where it all unfolded. And obviously President Trump was whisked.
Oh my God. Anastasia, you still in there? Could you imagine being stuck up there in traffic like that after an event like that? That would be awful. It probably took them people forever to get out of there. Yeah, that was awful. That concert was awful. I watched the follow-up to that. They had the awareness concert after that. Do you remember? I loved when Imagine Dragons sang Don't Look Back in Anger by Oasis. One of my favorite performances ever. All right.
Away from this shortly after the shooting. In fact, what we want to do right now is show you some video taken just before 9 o'clock by our cameras. This is outside the Butler Memorial Hospital. And as you can see right now, there is a motorcade. This is actually a little bit earlier, forgive me, earlier this evening, of a motorcade leaving Butler Memorial Hospital. We're not sure if it's a presidential motorcade. We're really not sure who is in this motorcade. But once again, this left shortly after Butler Memorial Hospital just before 9 o'clock this evening. And that's an area that's been very, very busy. We're also trying to find out the location of the 2 people who were critically injured in the shooting this afternoon.
Right, and our reporter Yasmin Rodriguez had a live report for us just a few minutes ago up there from that hospital, saying that the entrances to the hospital had been closed. They're not letting anyone in or out of the hospital, and also 68 is closed in front of the hospital, and authorities there are telling her it could be closed for some time, so you really do want to avoid that area if you don't have any reason to be there.
All right, let's turn now to the people who were there, our eyes and ears who saw what unfolded today. There were people attending the rally really from all over the area, including 2 firefighters from Steubenville, Ohio. Here's what they saw.
We heard more than we saw. We were in the vicinity where the bullets were landing. They knocked out that speaker tower. We saw that go down. Then we saw the triage start with the victims that were getting pulled out of the grandstand. And by that time, we were on the floor.
A hydraulic line behind us had gotten hit and was spraying hydraulic oil all over the place. And then we heard a couple of more bullets ricocheting. So then we decided to hit the ground. And then shortly after that, we looked over towards President Trump, and he was covered by his Secret Service people. All right. And then he got up and he gave, the okay. And right after that is when they said there's 2 people shot in the stands. And so we went over, we cleared a pathway for help assist those individuals out.
And those are gentlemen who deal with emergency situations every single day.
Right, but this is a scale unlike anything
Yeah.
that we have seen in quite a long time. We want to continue to hear from some of those people who were there, spectators. There were thousands of them there. We want to go to this CNN clip who spoke. They had a chance to speak with one of the people there. He was sitting in the bleachers and describes what he saw and what he heard.
It seemed initially like firecrackers went off. It was very confusing initially because, I knew it was gunfire, but I couldn't quite tell where it was coming from. It sounded like it was coming from behind the bleachers. And the man in the bleachers, kind of to the right of me in the bleachers, took a gunshot wound to the head, was killed. And another woman, I don't know exactly where she was in the bleachers. I think she was either behind me or to the right of me. She got around she got hit in the forearm and hand, it looked like. But if she was wounded, she wasn't killed.
Okay, and we also have our reporter, Carlos Flores. He had been up there all day. He was covering this rally regardless. He saw the events unfold in real time as the president was forced down, and he is joining us now live with another way for us to hear some of this perspective. Carlos?
Yeah, that's our stuff. Yeah, that's right. It's the scene here today is very quiet considering it was chaotic just less than an hour ago, more than an hour ago, and the mood here is very shocking and somber as people are slowly kind of finding their way out of this venue. Of course, the president or the former president was on stage giving his remarks shortly after, and then you heard those several pops. I'm actually standing next to Sean here, who was right behind the former president when this all occurred. Sean, kind of so you said you were directly behind him, correct?
I was directly behind him, and I watched him kind of graze his ear, and then I heard a pop, and then he went down, and then I heard another pop, and then a Secret Service kind of came up to the stage. I mean, it was just a chaotic scene, and people started ducking, going under the bleachers. There was children beside me. It was a very concerning scene and very chaotic.
And overall, what was your initial reaction? Were you too busy looking at the former president, or did you immediately get down?
I was concerned for him. I had curiosity, and I felt a weird sense of peace of like I wasn't going to be harmed in this moment. So I just wanted to keep my eyes out on what was going on, and God was with me. So.
And this is considered now. State police has said this has been the shots were fired, and fortunately, we can't confirm one person was killed and 2 people were injured. Just to know that happened, and when you were standing behind the former president, kind of tell me your reaction there.
I mean, I've come to 10 of these, and it's all about God, and it's all about family, it's all about love of country, and it's really sad to hear somebody came here to celebrate all that and had to lose their life because of pure evil.
And we did know that the Secret Service was able to apprehend that suspect and took down that shooter. What's your reaction there?
I mean, what goes around comes around, I guess. I mean, honestly, it's just a tragic situation all around. I don't wish evil or death upon anybody. So I really wish this situation didn't have to happen.
I mean, many are describing this as a moment in history. I know I spoke to several folks who either took action on their own right or just looking after their loved ones. To know that you were part of something like this and this unfortunate situation, kind of where does your mind go? What are your thoughts there?
It's definitely historical, and I hope what's meant for evil will be used for good, as God willing. And I think this can unify our country. I hope, and that needs unified.
All right, now, Sean, is there anything else you would like to add?
This is a place in our country where we need to come together and we need to become one nation under God again.
All right, thank you, Sean. I appreciate it. Yeah, that was Sean who when he told us he was right behind the former president during his remarks when those pops were heard. And just to remind you where we were in the media center about 100 feet away from where this all occurred. Now, from where we were standing from the attention was on the left-hand side. Now, of course, weren't able to see kind of where things were pointing towards and with the direction of where the shooter was located. But immediately following those pops, the former president hid behind or was taken behind the podium. Secret Service surrounded him immediately. All the rest of the crowd were asked to get down immediately, and they rushed the former president out and slowly started to evacuate the rest of the venue. And like you all have said, the former president is expected to be okay. And slowly, a lot of people are just coming to terms or realizing what really happened here. Still a lot of questions, a lot of concern, but just a real sense of shock in trying to figure out why would anyone decide to do something like this, and what's next. To be frank, of course, Secret Service is currently investigating that area. Just to give you an idea, of course, the sun has gone down a little bit, but you can kind of see off in the distance an American flag being hung by two large cranes off in the distance. That's where the stage was. Like just below that is where former President Trump was standing. We're about 100 feet away from that, shooting the event ourselves for our coverage for later that afternoon. And then those props happened probably within 5-10 minutes of his remarks. And then after that, the rest of the venue was asked to evacuate. We're going to give you an idea of what's left currently.
I'm back. Just give me a moment, because life with grandchildren is fun. It's fun. They get you sick. Then their parents take them somewhere to another family member's for a night right after they spilled sugar all over your kitchen floor and didn't tell you. So I may have to step away to go sweep my floor. I missed all of this while I was in the bathroom and dealing with the kitchen mess. There must be footage of this shooter. Somebody will probably have some, because there was a guy that straight seen the guy, like went to the police and told him, look, I see the guy, and the police were on their way over there and the shooting started, and it was prior to the shooting, but I don't think enough time for them to get over there. I seen in a different interview. All right, let me press play. I'll go in there and clean that sugar up in a minute. Grandchildren are fun. It is. You think you grow up, your kids grow up, and they move out on their own. I love that they're here. I absolutely love the hugs, the kisses, the love. But when they spill the damn sugar on the floor, their parents should have cleaned that up, not left it there for me. So Angie and Bailey, if you're listening, you're in trouble when you get home. Not your children. You. I love you. All right, let's put this back on.
Currently, we're going to pan over this way. You can see just this empty field that was filled with vendors, actually filled with vendors. I've covered a couple of former President Trump's rallies in the past, and this is one where there was definitely, you can feel the presence of supporters here. This entire row was filled with vendors selling former President Trump's merchandise. And if you can kind of look off into the distance there, you can see just the line of cars still waiting to get out of the venue, because it was a mad dash trying to get out, and of course everyone trying to seek safety. But of the several people we spoke with, there was a sense of shock, a sense of fear, a sense of disbelief, and a lot of folks pointed to almost a sense of unity as well. They resonated when former President Trump put his fist up in the air, signifying that he was okay. There were some cheers before he was taken by Secret Service, but a lot of folks are just hoping and praying for those families that were impacted, as we're still waiting to kind of learn more about this entire situation. But for now, reporting from Butler County, Carlos Flores, Pittsburgh's Action News 4.
All right, Carlos, thank you very much for that live report and that perspective. You know, you mentioned the support for former President Donald Trump out in that area. You know, we went back and looked in 2020, Trump carried Butler County by 2/3 of the vote, a massive following of support there.
Yeah, certainly Trump country up there, at least heading into this election. Let's turn now to Chandy Chapman. You've been all day hearing from other people, hearing from elected officials, everybody sharing their thoughts and obviously their prayers as well for President Trump and for those injured, and obviously the bystander who was killed today.
Yes, we've been hearing from lawmakers, and now let's hear from law enforcement. Now, here are some statements from Allegheny County Sheriff Kevin Kraus. He says, quote, "I have offered the assistance of my office, and numerous deputies have been detailed to aid with security involving the hospital treatment of those who have been injured in Butler County. It is important to emphasize that a life was lost today. That is tragic and unacceptable. No one who attends a political rally should fear for their life in doing so. I can assure the residents of Allegheny County and Western Pennsylvania that my personnel, in conjunction with all of law enforcement in this region, will work diligently to keep our citizens safe. Now, here's another statement, this one from Senator Kim Ward. The resilience of America must overcome any gutless acts of violence. Praying for President Trump, his family, and any innocent victims and their families who may have been harmed by this senseless act. Thank you to the Secret Service, law enforcement, and emergency responders who assisted in keeping things safe and calm. God bless America. Now, throughout this newscast, we'll have more statements from lawmakers and law enforcement, but let's head back to you, Andrew and Kelly, because we're going to go out in the field to see what Kaylee Gunderson is doing.
Right. Our Kaylee Gunderson, as we've been mentioning, is at Allegheny General Hospital, where we've seen a huge police presence. Before we go to her, I just want to bring you this update also, kind of watching our feed from our reporters. Yasmin Rodriguez was stationed at Butler Memorial Hospital, one of the closest hospitals by proximity to where this happened. She was reporting that Route 68 had been closed. There was a big police presence there. The entrances to the hospital were closed. She let us know shortly after 9 o'clock, 9:09, about 10 minutes ago, that police cleared the area and there is one helicopter just left. So Route 68 is back open in that area, and it appears that most of the response is now cleared.
All right, with that, let's go out to Allegheny General Hospital on Pittsburgh's north side and check in with Pittsburgh's Action News 4 reporter Kaylee Gunderson with the very latest from her location. Kaylee.
Andrew, Kelly, we've been hearing from sources that former President Donald Trump was brought here to Allegheny General Hospital after leaving that rally in Butler. The police presence here has not changed for the past hour and a half or so. Still a very heavy police presence with Pittsburgh Police, Allegheny County. Excuse me. We've been here. We've been trying to learn more details, confirm just officially from police that the former president was brought here. We're still working to do that. I will say about 20 minutes ago, we did see what appeared to be a motorcade leaving, going right down. We've been here. We've been trying to.
She let us know shortly after 9 o'clock.
I just want to show you what kind of rejects we deal with in our city. This is ridiculous. Why did this man do this? It happens all the time on our news. People have no respect. I don't know what the fuck this guy screamed, but we're going to listen to it again just because he's a damn fool, so I'm going to put him out there. You damn fool. Hold on.
9:09, about 10 minutes ago, that police cleared the area and there is one helicopter just left. So Route 68 is back open in that area, and it appears that most of the response is now cleared.
All right, with that, let's go out to Allegheny General Hospital on Pittsburgh's north side and check in with Pittsburgh's Action News 4 reporter Kaylee Gunderson with the very latest from her location. Kaylee.
Andrew, Kelly, we've been hearing from sources that former President Donald Trump was brought here to Allegheny General Hospital after leaving that rally in Butler. The police presence here has not changed for the past hour and a half or so. Still a very heavy police presence with Pittsburgh Police, Allegheny County.
There's your face for the whole world to see, you fucking idiot. You're a damn idiot. I'm going to clear that up. We're going to make a meme of you. Okay? You want a meme? Pittsburgh's finest. Swear to God. It gets worse here, I promise. You should see us during Steelers season. This is ridiculous, though.
Excuse me. We've been here. We've been trying to learn more details, confirm just officially from police that the former president was brought here. We're still working to do that. I will say about 20 minutes ago, we did see what.
I couldn't understand what he was saying. I'm not going back. I'll go back and listen later. Just what a damn fool. People just to get a little minute of fame. You want to come up on my YouTube panel, dude? If you ever see this, come up here. Let's talk about how big of an idiot you are. For real. Stupid.
what appeared to be a motorcade leaving, going right down this way towards the West End Bridge. We have crews near there too as well who say that they saw what appeared to be a police escort or motorcade leaving. Still working to confirm if that was Donald Trump or who may have been in those cars. But again, it's been, a very crowded area. It's starting to wind down quite a bit, but it's been crowded here tonight because there's a music festival going on a few blocks away. As people have been leaving and walking through this part of the north side, they obviously see this police presence and they stop and they want to know what has happened here or who could be here. At the same time, we heard from somebody who said she got the alert on her phone, learning of.
You see, I'm sick. I probably wouldn't have went, but I'm on YouTube all the time that I don't know what's going on in my own area. I would have looked into what kind of music festival was going on today and probably been over there if I don't take my mind off of local things. It's okay. I'm glad I wasn't. That would have been chaotic.
What happened at that rally, then walking up to this. And of course, people have a lot of questions. It's been pretty quiet for the most part here, of course, while people are just waiting, hoping to gather information, as we are as well. Again, sources telling us President Donald Trump was brought here, working to confirm that through additional sources, but we'll of course let you know as soon as we have any new information. We're now reporting live on the north side. Kaylee Gunderson, Pittsburgh's Action News 4.
All right, Kaylee, thank you. Stand by there. Of course, we'll check back with you for any new developments this evening.
Absolutely. And all eyes also turn to the White House, folks wanting to know the reaction of President Biden, obviously former President Donald Trump's adversary in the upcoming election. He did speak out a short time ago. He said he did reach out to Trump and said, quote, "There is no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick," end quote. Here's more from the president in a brief press conference earlier this evening.
But the bottom line is, the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it.
Well, certainly this is a historic moment. We will find out in the days and weeks to come if it's a transformative moment in the campaign. Of course, our political discourse, which has gotten very heated in recent years.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Secret Service was definitely already on edge for, threats on a lot of different levels. And this was certainly a worst case scenario here. We want to continue bringing you coverage from the rally, which again took place here in our area. One person who was there shared this video on social media, capturing some of those first few moments. Take a look.
Yeah, we got it. Where's Marvin? Bro, what's up? Holy. Bro, unbelievable. Bro, unbelievable.
Total disbelief there. And, as those younger guys were running through the crowd, you saw people with children, on their shoulders. I mean, there were families at this today.
I thought that one word on the screen said it all. Surreal.
Surreal.
It's hard to believe that was happening this afternoon in Western Pennsylvania.
Right. And you heard them asking like, hey, where's our friend? Making sure, checking in with their group. It's just such a scary situation. We also have Sky 4, Pittsburgh's only news chopper, giving us an overhead view of the scene here of where this took place at the Butler Farm Show. This is located on Evans City Road in Butler. Again, this is a look, obviously, after they had cleared the crowd out. It would have been a much different situation if we had that overhead perspective before about 6:15 when this all happened. A very large area. And, a lot of the questions, of course, that came up first come to security. We have heard from the DA in that area telling us that the shooter was outside the proximity of any of the security, didn't go through a metal detector, didn't have bags searched. Nothing like that. So this person was on the roof of a building that was adjacent to the stage that was set up there, where you could see the big flag that we just saw that perspective from Sky.
And you do wonder which building it was. I mean,
Right.
as we saw the overhead perspective, we're not going to speculate right now, but obviously someplace close enough where they could see the podium, they could see the president, and they could take aim and get a clear shot. But you get a sense of how open that area is,
Right.
and how somebody, even from the outside, as we look once again at what unfolded, you can tell from the outside, it's fairly wide open, and there are spaces where you can see the podium from outside the venue.
And we're hearing from Secret Service, so you think, again, we don't know which building it was, but this person obviously was at quite a distance. They didn't get into the venue with this weapon. There are so many people there. You think of, we had one person, one bystander who was killed, two that were critically injured, plus the former president was what appears to be grazed by a bullet in the top of his right ear. But so many people could have been hit by a bullet, considering how far away this shooter was. This is a terrifying thought. Again, when you saw those families holding children on their shoulders, it is terrible.
It was already a tragic day.
That's a fantastic idea. So they said this was the farm show land for sure. Anastasia was right about that earlier. No, not yet, Lady Orb, but I did see, I guess I did. There was an interview done with one guy. We can go to that I had seen, and he said that he had gone up to the police and pointed to the buildings, and while they were going over there, the shooting happened. Yeah, that's a good question. They came up after, though. Yeah. Scary. I can't believe this even happened. Worst of all, it happened here, but who's in charge of the security? Butler doesn't have very well. I mean, we have our state troopers up there along the highways, but it's not, you don't understand, it's very rural. I don't understand why they didn't hire, or did they, security from here in Allegheny County. It just doesn't make sense. I guess maybe innocent because he's not a president right now and he's just a candidate, but you would think on the campaign trail they have the same security as the president, right? Hi, September. All right, I'm going to let this play and I'm going to go pull up the Google Maps for the Butler County Farm Show land.
But it could have been far, far worse had the shooter had an opportunity to fire multiple shots right into that crowd. Because as you see, as the way that podium is set up, there are people behind former President Trump. If you've ever been to a rally or you've seen it on TV, there are so many people behind the president that they're also in the line of fire.
Absolutely. And we did hear from the Secret Service just a few minutes before 9 o'clock. It's almost 9:30 now, so just about a half an hour ago, confirming that it was their organization that took down the shooter. They neutralized the shooter. We don't know yet who this person was. We don't know if that person was male or female. But there had been sort of some speculation up to that point as to how the shooter ultimately died. And we did get confirmation from the Secret Service that it was their team that took the shooter down.
Okay, we are continuing our live coverage of the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. This happened today, this afternoon, at the Butler Farm Grounds in Butler County, and you are seeing the aftermath as Secret Service surrounds the president and makes sure there are no other shots headed his way. We understand the shooter is dead tonight. We also understand a bystander was shot and killed as well. Two other people were critically injured, and they were taken to local hospitals. We are waiting for updated word on their conditions tonight.
You mean to tell me I've been muted this whole time? I've been talking to y'all nonstop the whole time I was on that map. Here's the building right here that he was on. This is the glass company. So he was standing right here somewhere. And they shot from here. It's outside the fairgrounds, but it's still in that. There should have been way better security here. They should have had this all lined up with security. Or at least around here. The gate they would have came in from would have been right here probably. The road is closed right now. You see it? That's crazy to me. I'm wheezing. I'm sorry, guys, if I sound funky. Where is that? When I go look at this map. I'm sorry. I don't see the... It always seems like this. There we go. Street view of it. Right across from that U-Haul. The guy that did the interview said it was right in front of here in one of these buildings. He was on the roof. Now let's go back up. So we came in here and he was in one of these buildings. Trump would have been standing right here, probably, or in this area. That building, it could have been any one of these roofs. Did that help? Who asked to see the maps? What are you guys looking for? Yeah, I was muted. I was talking to you guys so much. I said so much. Wait. Yeah. I should try to get my son to ride me up there when they open it back up and I can show it to you up close and personal. Yeah, let me go back to him. Hold on. I gotta pull his channel back up. This was one. Can we watch this one first real quick?
Kindly pulled their vehicle over for us so that we could speak with them. This is Stacy and Vanessa. And as you said, Lester, the former president now posted on Truth Social describing how he was shot in his ear, grazed by a bullet in his right ear. Well, Vanessa was right there. You both were right in front of the former president when this happened. Can you describe what you witnessed?
Yes, we were 6 rows back, straight in front of him, and at his podium, we could see him really good. He was talking about his chart, and he moved his head to the right to explain where they're at in the chart. And then as he moved his head to look at the chart up on the screen, that's when he got grazed in the ear. If he had not moved his head at that nick of time, it could have been a lot worse.
So he moved his head just in the right moment to get an ear graze instead of something worse.
Yes.
And Lester, let me just explain to you briefly, because we were on the press risers as the former president was starting his speech at the rally. He was only a few minutes in. What Vanessa is referring to when she's talking about those charts, he was talking about immigration and immigration under the Biden administration. He had screens on the left and the right of him, behind him, and he was pointing to one of those screens where he had a chart that was detailing immigration rates, and he turned to point to that chart, and that is when his ear was grazed, and you've seen this on the video. But to Vanessa's point, if he hadn't made that turn to show that chart, things could have been a lot different. Vanessa, where you were when you first heard those shots ring out, what went through your mind and what happened with you and the people around you?
At first, I didn't know if they were firecrackers. There were 6 pops. It just went pop, 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 pop. And then as I was staring straight ahead, I looked across and I didn't see anything. So I looked back at President Trump, and that's when he went down. And then
what ran through your mind?
That, we are all in a situation that we could be very hurt. And they're telling us to all get down, stay down. And then a lot of things went through my mind. Where's my husband? What about the 3 people that we met today beside us? Who else could be injured? Why did this happen at President Trump's rally? I mean, a lot of things went through my head. Are we going to be out of here safe?
What are you? I mean, you are safe, thank goodness, and I'm so glad you are. And I'm so sorry that we're meeting under these circumstances. As you sit here in your car now, trying to process all of this, what are you feeling now?
I just want to go home. I just want to go home. I'm glad that President Trump is okay. I worry about the children that were at the rally and how traumatized they are after witnessing all this. Little girl that was a couple rows ahead of us, she was petrified. And what's going through her mind? Is she going to be okay, or is she going to have nightmares? Or I worry about children. I worry about the people that lost their loved ones today. And I most certainly worry about my President Trump.
Vanessa,
we're okay.
I'm so glad you're okay. Vanessa, Stacey, thank you so much. And please, you deserve to go home. You deserve to get some rest now. And I hope you drive safe. And thank you so much. They've been here since 7 o'clock in the morning, a long day.
You would think they would know from the Kennedy assassination, right, September? I agree with you. There should have been more security. Yeah, they always say things will change. We'll see. To me, it seems like the mass shootings and shit like this happens every day. I mean, Trump's bad. This is bad. But this is something that happens every day here in America. It's gross. I'm tired of it.
And certainly not the day that you were expecting. So thank you so much. And Lester, the sun is now setting here in Butler County as the tragedy of the day is just starting to dawn on all of us who are here.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow
Guys, I'm getting to that live that Innocent wants to see, but if it's okay with you, can we take a break just a minute? Because I seen a story today that I think that us that cover Summer Wills needs to see, because this is how a parent acts when their child's getting kidnapped. This breaks my heart for this young boy and this girl's family, and my prayers go out to them. I'll just watch one news broadcast of it, but maybe we could talk about it another day. But if it's okay, just a short little break here to watch this.
We've got an incredible show for you tonight.
Now at 6, a mother is dead after trying to save her son from someone stealing her car. Police say 29-year-old Alexa Stakely's 6-year-old son was fast asleep inside the vehicle as someone was trying to carjack it early this morning. Thanks for joining us tonight at 6. I'm Yolanda Harris.
And I'm Andrew Kinsey. 10 TV first told you that Stakely was critically injured this morning on Wake Up C-Bus. And just hours ago, the coroner confirmed that she died. Police say Stakely was picking up her 6-year-old son from a babysitter in Southeast Columbus. She put her sleeping child in her car, left it running, then went back to pick something up from the babysitter. That's when police say at least one person stole the car with the boy inside. Within moments, the mother took matters into her own hands.
The female jumped on the hood of the vehicle and began screaming for the vehicle to stop. Her parent instincts kicked in to save her child, and the way she was trying to do that was by getting the vehicle to stop by jumping on the hood. And unfortunately, it resulted in her sustaining some critical injuries.
Police say Stakely fell off the car when the suspect started driving erratically. It happened just off Ginger Road, where neighbors say they're rattled by what happened there.
We really don't have any crime here, so it's kind of like it shakes your system a little bit. It's been like all I've been thinking about today, and I'm sure almost all of our neighbors think the same way. It just kind of ruins the trust that we have as neighbors.
Officers found the stolen SUV nearby. The 6-year-old boy was safe inside and still sleeping. Tonight, no word on potential suspects, but police are asking anyone who might have security video of the incident to contact them. And just within the last hour, we learned that the mother worked at Canal Winchester Schools as a speech language pathologist at Winchester Trail Elementary. They sent us a statement saying in part that they are deeply saddened to hear that this tragic news happened, and went on to say, quote, "She was a great mom who was incredibly dedicated to her son. Ms. Stakely made a difference in the lives of the students and families she worked with and will be missed by so many in our community and beyond."
Now at 6, a mother is dead after
Yeah, they said that they got no security footage of it. That's what I'm saying, into the darkest. And I feel bad for the mom because she wasn't doing anything wrong. She had her son that was at the daycare provider or her babysitters. The son was sleeping. He was a pretty big little boy. You could see he was 6, but he was really big. So she had carried him down the steps, put him in the car, just ran up the steps to grab his belongings that he had left there for the day. And while she was running, when she went in to grab his stuff, somebody jumped in the car and took the car with the child in it. She seen it happen, quickly jumped in front of the car to stop it, got hit by the car. The car drove to a dead end. The kids got out of the car, leaving the 6-year-old, and ran, and they still haven't been caught. So I hope they are caught. If I have any viewers around the Columbus, Ohio area, please share the information, look for it, get those boys caught. Because now this little boy doesn't have a mother. Yes. September, because she jumped on the roof of it. It's sad. I wanted to share that with you guys just because we were going through, and it made me think that They ain't been caught. Let me share this because that's sad. All right, let's go back on my music. This is what I watch, guys. You're seeing my history. Oh, the old stuff. These alligators. This is crazy. This poor reindeer. This was around here. It has a net stuck on its head, and this lady's been trying to save it for months. And she can't get the net off its head. Yeah, this is another story. Listen to this one. We'll get to that. Listen to this story. This is horrible. This needs covered. I hope somebody will cover this.
Some crazy sounds in here.
Yesterday, July the 8th, Sheriff's Office received the call. There was a body located in the water behind the Benton Welcome Center. We were in the process of moving assets out to Benton to search the body of water to see if we could locate the 1-year-old. At 9 a.m. this morning, the Sheriff's Office received the call about a baby in the ditch on I-10 eastbound. And we looked at this 1-year-old as our miracle baby because he was still alive. Unbelievable. This kid spent 2 days out in the weather on the side of the highway. Thank God that trucker seen him. When you look at the video, here he was, crawling toward the highway.
Sorry. I went back on the wrong damn thing. And that wasn't the whole news clip about them kids. But what had happened was after they found that boy the next day, they found another child who did not survive. He passed away, and it was found out that the mother left these little boys out in Hurricane Barrel and just went on in her life. She's arrested, but it's disgusting. That story needs covered. Ziggy, I want to cover this too. Okay, we should be close. Benny Johnson. What was that? What was the timestamp again? Innocent. Yeah, that case needs covered. Yep, that was it. 109.
True, then the head of the Secret Service must resign immediately. Immediately. Let's listen again.
And listen to the rally, right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, but we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? You know, like they didn't know what was going on. You know, we're like, hey, right here on the roof, we can see him from right here. We see him. You know, he's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling police and the Secret Service.
We were telling the police. We were pointing at him for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
Did you see?
I hate to say it, but I hope this dude don't get in the car. He's standing there right there with an open canister. He's lucky he didn't get arrested. I'd need a beer after that, though, too. For real. He just showed that shit on the news. Yes, they knew. That's crazy, isn't it? He's not the only interview. There was another interview I seen I was going to show you guys, but this one's better. They 100% knew. This is horrible. I want to know who was in charge of the security. Was it us or was it Trump? I mean, Secret Services, but what was Butler supposed to do? I feel like there was not enough security around there if he was able, from those roofs, and to get up there and then for people to even watch him climb up there. This guy's talking like there was a bunch of them that seen it. Was he innocent? Oh boy, JLR is going to be all over this. He'll probably cover it in a mean way. I hope he don't. Oh. All right, let's go listen to this guy some more.
I mean, obviously, everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh, yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, we just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
Yep.
He's like, oh, they blew his head off. Absolutely, 100%. Oh, Lord. I like JLR too, to a point, September. I don't like his racism. I don't know if he's that way anymore, but I've had an argument with him about it. He's extremely racist. Puts pictures of black baby dolls on his Facebook page, and that stuff just hurts my heart. I get being a Trump supporter, but why does it always got to turn into race? That's why I quit following the politics. Yeah, I did too. That was the one I was looking for, the interview I had. He was wearing looked like black and white fatigues or some kind of fatigues. Right. It's that, like I've been trying to say over here, it's okay to disagree and have a different opinion. Why does it got to turn into a battle? And people claim Trump incites racism. I think his first rally, I thought that. The second run, man, America's just in such a disarray. It's not, everything's so expensive. It's hard to live. Our governments are corrupt. There's no love. I keep saying, like, here in my community, I wish they would have a class in high schools for the kids to learn empathy and how to love each other. You know? A lot of parents are fucked up on drugs and not paying attention to what their kids are doing. Yeah, it's out of control, and it starts at the top. And it goes for years and years. It's nothing new. Racism is nothing new. You know? It's been going, and it always seems to start politically. That's what I hate. Other things too. No, not racism is a disagree, Lady R. That isn't what I meant. What I meant was you have supporters on both sides, and some are racist. It's not okay to disagree. I think what's okay to disagree with is you could be a Trump supporter or support somebody else without fighting. You can get your point across without racism. Why does it got to go to that? I guess is more what I'm saying. I just want to make sure you don't misunderstand what I'm saying. And all Americans should research their genealogy. You'd be surprised. You ain't shitting. My grandfather was a Spaniard on my mom's side, and he came from Spain, but he was fleeing war over there to come here, and that's how I ended up here. My grandmother and grandfather on my dad's side are Polish, Lithuanian, and German, and they come from the area of Poland that's real close to Germany. And they lived through a lot. So you hear that from your elders and my grandparents are now deceased, but you learn things from them, and it's important for people to listen and even go back and give yourself a YouTube history lesson. There's tons of videos on YouTube. Haha, you must be Sicilian then, because what are they called? My oldest son, the one I didn't raise, his parents are Italian, but they were from the upper part of the boot. Yep, I knew by what you said. What are the other ones called? I can't remember. Italy has those problems too. See, Lady R says I'm Italian. There's been racism in lots of countries. Yeah, it takes more to rebuild what they tore up. The thing is, September, they're still tearing up, you know? She says I can't say the M word. Irish people have been through a ton. Indian people have been through, and they still go through a ton. No. Okay, so I guess while we're here, I covered Trump. I've been on an hour and 35 minutes. We might as well get back into Benny or something. I am really not in the mood for Benny tonight after all of this. This was stressful. Ziggy covered Holly Lynn's snap, and I think she did a pretty good job doing it. I don't agree with hardly anything Ziggy says. However, I'd like to see if that dude she was talking about really was in court with Fred. When Fred went to court, I want to go back one day and listen to his description. I actually still should have. Let me see. Let me see if I can find that Ziggy video I was pissing with forever. I really feel like shit, guys. I'm sorry if I'm like sounding down. I just really don't feel good today. Okay. He was in jail, so we'll go to the jail clips and see if we could find it. Maybe. What do you guys oh God, yeah. You know your comments are off on your things. I've been trying to comment. I just give you thumbs up. I don't know if you're getting them on your community post. She has all kinds of names for me. Maybe we should watch her. You guys want to watch Jody Sue last night? No, I didn't smoke. I'm just really not. I had a fever yesterday. That's why I didn't come live. I think my grandson got me sick. Today I don't have a fever. I feel a little better, but I'm achy all over, and I slept all day yesterday. Ryan says no. Come on, Ryan. It's funny. Yeah, let's go watch Jody Sue. We'll do a response to her. You guys know I really ain't been paying attention. I watched like 5 minutes of it and clicked off, right? It was on while I was laying down, so I may have heard it. Because she always stays on forever. Oh my God. My husband was like, it so fits him. She gave him the right name. I said, Earl, you can't be saying shit like that. All right, we'll put Jody on. Hold on. Let me go find her. If she didn't private it, she's been doing that shit a lot. No, she didn't. So the name of her live, she's given us all new names, okay? Hold on. I didn't share the tab. The name of her live is Sparkler Pussy, C Misery, I'm betting that's me, Dawn Bungles, Janky Hips, Asbestos, Green Goofball, Zag Hag, and Fred. We're renaming people here, okay? This was like a 10-hour live, I think I seen this morning. We'll just skip through it. See what she's accusing us all of today. I haven't done this in a while, guys. You know that, right? This is just because it's a break. Yeah, and Fred. She's sticking up for Fred again. We'll see. Okay. We're going to have to skip the black. Oh, no, the black screen ain't long today. We get lucky.
Organized manner and a timed effort by the tragedy pimps. So
I'm not looking at chat right now. I'm just going to look at her and respond because I believe she starts talking about me. I think, like I said, I was groggy with a fever yesterday.
now we're on to a new arc because everybody's sick of the claw hammer with Sparkle Pussy. And crew, right? And the bullshit, salaciousness of it. I'm glad you all are entertained and find it funny and cute or worth listening to as they sit and say the worst fucking things about summer on Earth that defy all logic, common sense, reason, evidence, capability.
I actually agree with her. I agree that the shit Ernie's putting out there is awful.
And how things, like, I can't. You can't make this shit up, but they do, and people partake of it. Still blows my mind every fucking day, quite frankly. And then another that actually touches on some shit, because in the middle of the night,
her, I and others, I and others, I and other, I and other, I and the people I was with, I and the person I spoke to. I got text messages to this person, and it's her texting somebody 10 million times and that person replying once. And look at this screenshot. It's perfect. Let's take a future thumbnail clip. What do you think? I and this, I and that. There's all these people, Jody. Put one of them on your panel with you. You need to get a group of locals that agree with you and put them out there and talk to them. It would help clear up a bunch of you and your I and.
I'm standing there and I'm fucking with CZ, Crew, The Hive, after the bait balls for days. And I'm like messaging back and forth with others while I'm giggling on the other side of the fucking screen. I'm like, oh, you see this shit, right? And even those here on the ground otherwise and stuff, and cannot believe that there are people out here that partake of this that are stupid as some in and around particular creators, especially, that somehow will be found to be a jury of anyone's peers. And you know damn good and well, at least quite a few around here are allowed to vote, serve on juries, drive fucking cars, walk and chew gum at the same goddamn time.
Doesn't have her license, is kicked out of the witness list because she spoke too much on Summer's case, got problems with everyone. I gotta go through one night I gotta find that one live where she just lists. She has the longest, like half-hour long list of names. It's the funniest shit. She's actually very comical. She's offended by chewing gum. Boy.
And internet access, unfortunately. I personally feel like there should be IQ tests for all of the above. Participating voting system, fucking driving-ish. Juries, that type of thing, just feel like there should be. But seriously, one of these idiots inside of places like this,
What cracks me up about this live is she acts like I invited her over here and I was baiting her in. Dude, we weren't even speaking about her. She was nowhere in the conversation. I haven't been speaking about her. But she swears up and down I invited her in and it was bait. I had Ernie on my panel just because of her. This woman makes shit up in her head. Right. She wants the attention back, so she's over there being funny. She's been being funny for a week or so. I click on and watch a little bit of it. And then I click out because I can't with her no more. She just makes shit up about people. I am not lumped in with nobody. I don't know how much more I have to do to prove that to anybody. I'm alone. I refuse people wrenches. I refuse talking to people, certain people in my messenger. You people don't understand. I don't like the behind the scenes shit. And she needs to stop saying I'm lumped in with these people because I'm fucking not. To listen to Holler Hooker. Dude, she was killing me the other day. Did you hear her talking about lip lock? I did watch that. I was going to clip it and I ended up not because lip lock just made a whole ass out of herself too, trying to show some boobies she don't have. Yeah, she is. You know she is. But that live was hysterical when she was showing lip lock. All right, let's put her back on and listen to her talk about Sparkle Pussy. Sparkler Pussy.
Is fully capable of being selected for fucking juries. And good lord, it's terrifying. It's terrifying, really. So anyway, so, and that's the point, because maybe 1 out of 12 jackasses partakes of some shit like this, and then they're the one going, but at a jury, and then you get some shit like Karen fucking Reed after this group's fucking tampered with it, yeah, or Delphi, or Twins, or whatever, you know, or an abundance and a host of many fucking around with Summers from, I don't know, second one, and doing shit intentionally and on purpose as well, just might be, allegedly. No, it's not. Fuck you. So anyway, here's the thing. After days and days and days of ignoring the shit, but semi-touching on it.
What was killing me the most the other day when she was going on about her and lip lock, the funniest thing was just a few lives before that, she was out there with her own boobs all put out talking about relationships and having boyfriends. That's why I thought it was just a good time to bring up, are you dating Ernie? I was jagging her around. I didn't mean anything about it. Yeah, I didn't listen to all of it because like I said, I was sick and I fell asleep, but I did hear her talking about me and I was in and out and heard a few other things. I don't know how long I actually listened for. Yeah, she's the only one that did anything for this platform. She was talking about the Jackie Dobbs pics the other day. I clicked in on or something. I don't know what that was about. Something about she wrote on them. I clicked out. I try.
And a video about, Don Bugles, everything being a piece of shit again, right? Oh dear. And realizing that what he was doing was fucking with Robin and Piaz, etc. again, calling it out, and knowing that he was not the only one at the time doing so, which is the reason I called just a little, just a wee bit, because I'm not, no matter how much I'm stepping back, I'm still back here. I'm just doing other things. And, whatever. So I've seen it. Okay? And then it takes you, like, I don't know. I'm extraordinarily. It's been years with these folks who think they're mastermind, web sleuth, setter-upper, criminal, con, manipulator, abusive piece of shits behind icons and fucking bullshit names. Okay.
That was the short list. The very short list.
On YouTube, Facebook, same time, and doing their shit together, whatever. Okay. Years of it. So I'm not entirely oblivious, but they have a habit around here of, especially nowadays, to where I've always been like, red flags with the reins, type shit. I always try to look at everything from a standpoint of is this a red flag? Is this actually a dot? Is it something that, and whatnot. Before.
So you mean you actually look at the YouTubers who you don't trust's research to see if it's a red flag or a dot? Jody, please don't tell me you're doing the same thing we're doing when you're the neighbor, the witness. You know all the things, but you're listening to us for red flags and dots? You don't say.
Doing or saying much. And making sure that I'm not super awful sensitive to something and, whatever. So, anyway, but especially these days, I'm not as easy for them, nor am I paying, and I never was, that's the thing. Others were helpful a great deal, and keeping it to where I could ignore the shit out of these motherfuckers, these tragedy skank, weirdos, stalker, misery-esque lunatics.
Here she is with her others again. Others are keeping her from listening to us. They stopped her. They were keeping her protected. She has a whole circle of people keeping her protected. Who? Die and enhanced? That's your whole chat.
That pumped out the worst on purpose and built to do so and to target shit I was, but they were always certain. And you've seen them for years go, look at a reaction to you, and I'm listening trolling to say this word. And look how she was behaving after her live 3 days ago. Still some of the wildest shit. And they still are certain.
Because you do the craziest shit and you say the craziest shit. You say shit that gives people intrigue, Jody. As someone who knows people in the case, people listen to you because you've made yourself public from day one. No matter how much you say you haven't, you put the helicopter video up the night Summer went missing. The day after you sat in your car going, isn't that cool, Evelyn? They put the gate there. You were in Facebook groups. Day one, Jody. You made yourself public day very one, the very first day. Nobody else, no matter how much you say you haven't, you have. You wanted your presence known. You think you're a star. You used to make Andy sit in cars and your children sit in cars for hours while you sat there putting on a show for nobody watching. Very few people. Your weirdo friend that Andy doesn't know. We'll call him JB. Okay?
My eyes are on them at all times. They are not, nor were they ever. A great deal many have helped to keep some space to where I have to look at your fucking stupid asses, right? You fucking psychos for several years. Because it's already hard enough making this walk through Jurassic Park. And life and trying to heal and doing all these things, it's a bit much, and others recognize that help in that regard.
Who are the others, Jody? Are they in your head? Is it Harry Potter on your curtains? I want to know who the others are. If others are talking about me, tell me who they are. Who are the others?
So, I exploited. It's been a thing. And if you want to grab a link or chit chat about something, you're more than welcome up here. And I've seen you, around the blocks, this bigger dude keeping an eye on things. But man, this, whatever they're doing, and last night, thank God.
Exploited's been in my chat a couple times. Thank you, Exploited, for being in my chat. I don't have a problem with you being in Jody's chat either. However, I heard her make the statement you're keeping an eye on a couple things. That bothers me a little bit. And this is another great screenshot. So let's get it. There's your others.
Odd for what they thought. All right, so here's the deal. Here's what they do, and they've done for years. Now, used to it would work by one or a single or somebody in my chat or doing whatever, you know, making it like, or Trojan horses inserted by certain players in this fucking group. Like I was an idiot from the beginning. Well, they tried to database me and do all the things, you know, and went so real life into extremes on all this things. You know what? It's fun. Anyway, so what they would do is they would mention like a creator, a video, or something, right? And it wasn't just your normal, oh my god, this, you know, like they do other, you know, because there's always those shit stars that jump between chat to chat, creators, whatever, you know. They always do that, and there's the advertisers for the favorite channels, or the ones that want to do the sub pick or whatever. And I just, whatever. So you have to be really careful and not try to attribute those.
And there's the ones that buy their views and come out here and hinder cases when they could have been used as a witness. Yeah. That one looks a lot like you, Jody.
Regular tragedy pimp things to what is bait. An absolute pulling over. And if you start to know the players and who's doing what each time and how the cycles go, it gets easier to identify. And that it's not just random things. People wonder why I got so many fucking blocked. They're like, there's 3 people in JSP's chat. Yeah, it's because most everybody here is blocked like a motherfucker. Over the course of damn near 3 years, it's for fuck shit. Some of it's backdoor fucking pocket modding, though, make no mistake. But that box is hell, and I don't know which is which half the time. Others are always like, no, it was accidentally done. I don't know.
And as you see, Jody Sue, unless it's called for, I block you and then I unblock you. I give you a chance to defend yourself against me. However, you have me blocked because I commented in your chat last night and you couldn't see it. So, she was late. So I wrote, you're late. That might not have been last night. It might have been the night before. But it's okay for her to block people, then talk shit on them. I call that being, what's that word you don't like that I say from up here and I should never say it? Oh, a pussy.
No, because I can still remember quite a few players and what they fucking did. And what they said and how they behaved on the blocks from the time I got here until. I ain't dumb. I know their multiple names and their fucking little, it's just fun. But anyway, so the thing is, you get certain players or you get certain time things. People will, there will be more. It's changed over the course of time. It would only take 1 or 2 things before. Now they're having to behave in the way that, you know how like your toddler or little one will come in the kitchen or whatever when you're cooking dinner, like, oh, and you've been distracted for 5 minutes doing something, like, and like, oh gosh, mommy, you gotta look at this, you know, and then you get their little hand, you're like, okay, whatever they're up, they want to show you something, right? They're all excited about it, and then inevitably it's something like, they've done lipstick portraits on the wall in 3 minutes. You turn your head. But in those cases, it's cute and funny and you take pictures and you put them in the scrapbooks and all that. This place, not so much. But they do get excited, like little ones are like pissing.
That's probably about me. I heard piss. But we take pictures and put them in scrapbooks. But not in this place. Hold on a minute. I gotta cough. I just took 2 screenshots of you, Jody. We put them in the scrapbook for thumbnails. They're great. You give me some of the best faces sometimes.
Dogs, they just can't wait to show you the bad thing they don't know. Right? Little ones do it, and oh, I've done this great thing. These motherfuckers, the egos and everything else, they want to debate you. You know, it's just this pull, right? Now they're getting to where it has to be like 40 motherfuckers mentioning certain names and shit. Now, I get it on the first try, usually, or certain little wiggles, see one thing, and then I'm like, and then somebody has to mention, and still ignore the bullshit, and then it has to be like a train of them come through, and I'm like, man, they just ain't gonna stop until I go see or hear or whatever it is, right? Oh gosh, it must be heckin' God.
So she has everybody blocked, but there's a train of people coming through to tell her to go look at stuff. But she only has 3 people in her chat. Jody, be honest, you're watching us. Don't lie. You don't have a train of people coming through to tell you what to watch. Unless you have people that shouldn't be here watching, right? Your fake feds. Did you hire them, Jody? Just curious.
You know, and so you know, now it's a bit more difficult for them. But then it's some form of fuckery that involves all kinds of bullshit by all kinds of different monsters, want to be web sleuths, this, that, and the other. Goddamn bored ass Karens, criminals, you know, this whole place is a hive of absolute insanity. Like the asylum's being run by the fucking inmates, you know? And it's so many terrible human beings all together, and just can't make sense of it some days, other than it's just a cesspool.
Did y'all know Jody Sue is the most perfect person on the earth? She never makes mistakes and she knows everything. Everybody's terrible human beings. Everybody but her and her 3 chatters.
I know that name. So anyway, yeah, some things you just don't forget around here. Alright, so they've been trying real heckin' hard in their pool of filth. Touched on some of that the other day. Now, last night, because several had to come into play, mentioned more than a few of the others that I guess I'm supposed to go lay eyes on. It's like, well, I guess we better go finally see about this fuck shit, right? Step into a room for the first time, Neons, because I don't watch them. I downloaded them things or record, but I'm doing other shit right now in the background. And, that they also want me to stop fucking doing. Oh well. So, I step on in. Step on in. Oh, yeah. Oh, dear. Dear. Monsters. I'm like, oh, here we go. What's about to happen? Let me guess. Things are going to be said, whatever. I'm going to make my presence known in chat. Let's see where it shakes from there. I do.
She's going to make her presence known in chat because Andy's in the chat. So let's see what shakes from there. She's going to go on to tell you I'm baiting her.
Almost immediately that. Certain little chat troll distraction, attempted manipulation, throw you off kilter motherfuckers come into play. And I don't mean the regular assholes who buy bullshit from tragedy pimps, years worth it, and think the worst things and throw the worst things at us because they're all morons and apparently fit to be juries and drivers, bubblegum chewers. I mean the purposeful ones, right? I'm like, oh shit, it's two forms at once. I'm supposed to be all emotional, vulnerable because monsters, right? Oh god. Like I give a flying fuck. And then, alright, and then you have to caveat that shit, in which Monster, Cher, CZ, etc. are all playing, trying to do set up fuck shit, twisted out of context posts to try.
Do you guys know I haven't watched anything recent of Cher in a long time? And last night I came across the panel. We might switch up to that, as a matter of fact. A recent panel on Spirit Seeker Squad. She was nice. She didn't talk shit on anybody, I don't think. However, they talked about the marathon and Cher, Scott H, John Q was on this panel. Andy B got on. I didn't hear what Andy said on it. I don't know if you guys watched that. Yeah, let's switch it up. Hold on. Going back through my history. Man, these fucking things are crazy. Some kind of cat thing. They're part of the weasel family and they attack people in Maine. Don't ask me why I was watching that. I don't know. Here it is.
Can
Nope.
do it again. And she needed to.
That ain't it, but that's interesting too. I shared that in my community post. You guys can go there and watch that. Hold on. Where the hell did it go? I'll just go to her channel. Here it is.
Because I know that that's.
It's a 6-hour live. I don't know. We'll just listen through it. In the chat, you see ICU, Voices, Ginger Snap, the normal, right?
Do you have a big heart and a spare room? Make a difference in someone's life by becoming.
I think Justin was on this panel too. Here's where it starts. We'll start at the beginning. I didn't watch the beginning. I watched like in the middle of it up here. 5 hours.
Oh, and I have memberships to give away. Okay, so since I don't go live, my mods are very slim, my members are very slim. I appreciate each new member that has joined tonight. I know that there was earlier, I think, during the chat. I'm so excited to hand out 10. I'm going to just do all 10 tonight for the month. Yes. So
They
I'll do
don't
that.
let me do it. I can't. They don't give me 10.
That's so weird. When
They
you
don't give
go
Josh
in,
10
like
either.
you're gonna buy a membership to your own channel. It doesn't say, "Would you like to gift 5 now?"
Nope.
That's so crazy.
And yep, Josh doesn't either. I mean, I've bought memberships for my own channel, but
Okay, no, I've only done it once
Like as
because I did a
gifts.
premiere,
Hmm.
but I don't remember where to go to do it.
You have to go in through YouTube. So you're gonna go in your YouTube live chat on, not through StreamYard, and you're gonna go right on the dollar icon, just like you're gonna go buy yourself a membership or a super chat or whatever. And you'll see
Okay.
Membership gifting. You'll click on that, and it should pop right up for you then.
Okay, so I have to do it on the
Guitar.
computer, right?
John's
You can
here.
go through your phone or through wherever. Just has to be done through YouTube, not StreamYard.
I read you're supposed to get them, Justin. Yeah, you're supposed
Yeah,
to.
we're all supposed to get them. And I
Well,
know that I had.
Not necessarily true, because I do think I remember reading. Well, I don't know. You know how YouTube is with creators. Sometimes creators get to try something first before they roll it out
Yeah.
to all.
Mhm.
I think that's what's going on.
Maybe.
Weird. I don't know. I know that I had them before. I'm going to drop the link in the chat for John if John Q would like to come.
Was this a good panel or a bad panel, Andy? Because I didn't hear you on it yet. I know you were on it because I seen your picture. But yeah, I was saying I think Andy was on this panel. Should we listen to it? Do you think it's worth a listen?
I'm up on panel again.
Oh,
Bama
awesome.
Budgets, welcome.
I Facebook messaged you. I'm
Bundeski.
probably in spam, John.
Welcome, Bundeski. New member.
Yay! I know you guys are sitting there clicking on the chat trying to highlight it.
Yep, I am.
This was June 13th, 2024, just a month ago.
I do that. I haven't done it yet tonight, but I'm gonna do it 100 times. I tell you, it's ridiculous. Or I'll be on someone's like community post or whatever, and I'm like, why am I not able to heart this comment? Oh,
Yep.
not my post, but it sure is a good one.
Right? Okay, so we had Diane. Cher gave a few super stickers here. Thank you, Cher.
Had to.
In September, Virgo. And Chris rejoined, and Connie joined, and YouTuber and Bama and Funtuski. So thank you so much.
No.
I've never used the starred over here because they didn't have that the last time I went live. So I'm excited.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They've updated streaming. I used it. Yes, it's different. It's different. Oh,
Wait,
Yes,
why are
I
people
mean-
saying thank you? I didn't do anything.
well,
Oh,
you gave-
Tammy.
And
Oh,
here's,
yeah.
here's John. Hi, John.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody.
Hey,
I was,
John.
hoping I was going to scream if it wasn't.
We have the beard of reason over here as well.
Hello, everybody. How you doing, Mark?
Hi, Mark.
bud. How about you? Good, good. How you doing, Justin?
Good, good,
Yeah,
good. Thank you.
first
How are
one
you?
for true crime.
Absolutely. And the one and only truth seeker. How are you?
I am good. You can call me Mandy. We don't have
Mandy,
to do
okay. Well, we're all truth seekers.
Amen.
Right.
But thank
right.
you for the invite.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Well, last
thank
week
you.
went so well. Like the chat was saying it during the live stream, and then there were comments on after, and it was so good. So I'm excited to do it again tonight. And I do have a little bit of a plan kind of mapped out, which we all know how that goes. But I have a video. I have a couple of videos that I started making back in the beginning of Summer's case. So just FYI, we're going to talk about Summer Wells and the last 3 years that she's been missing. And so I started making videos of all of the interviews that Dawn and Candace have done. And I made them in sections. So they're like 2-hour-long videos. So we're going to start with the very first interview that Dawn did. And we're going to work our way through as far as we get, because I know we're going to pause it and, all of that. So I think I have 3 videos total of all of the interviews. Like I only did, when they stopped doing news interviews, I think I stopped. But I clipped like when Dawn was on Cher's panel, in the very first, in the very, very beginning, I started clipping that and try to put them all together. So they're all in one place in the order that they did them to the best of my ability. There are some that are a little bit out of order.
Good.
So that's what we're going to do tonight. And we're having crazy, crazy storms here right now. And the lightning is right outside my window. So I already sent the link to the video that we're going to use to Justin and Cher, just in case I get kicked off panel, then you guys can keep rolling without me. So,
Okay.
So
Crazy train takeover.
Where is Brittany?
She's gonna be here in a minute, I heard her say.
Yeah,
She's
she was
like-
live. She was talking about Maddie Soto over there. So
Yeah.
I figured she'd probably take a break in between.
She'll probably send everyone over here.
Bama with the 5 gifted. You are
Oh my
awesome.
goodness.
Yay.
Okay, now look, I have a thank you video. I haven't played it in so long. And
Play it.
I'm about to play it. Let me find it. Scroll down. Okay, here we go.
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me.
It's time to start my second life, the farming life that I wished for.
Thank you for loving me.
I love that.
That's cute.
It sounded really loud on my laptop, so I hope I didn't blow anybody's earbuds out with it.
That's fun.
I made that a long time ago. There's actually a song that I sped up because it's a slower beat, and I sped it up because it worked better for what I wanted it for. But I have it on my channel. I can share it so you guys can go hear it because it's a beautiful song.
Hey, Mimi.
I just want to remind people that Mandy here is, when I met her, she did live stream, but she didn't really show her. She had her camera at whatever craft she was doing at the time. And
you
I
did
was complaining and whining how I want to go live like everybody else can go live, but I don't have 1,000 subs. And she, in the middle of doing her thing, like schooled me on StreamYards. I downloaded it that day. She taught me how to use it, told me what to do, how to run it, and she created this monster ever since that day.
Hey, I didn't have anything to do with the monster. I just gave you the app. And Brittany's here. Hi, Brittany.
Brittany, might I say this is an all-star panel tonight.
All right.
Welcome to our all-star panel.
Yeah.
Big
That was the perfect warm-up, starting a live, especially when you're inviting folks on panel and everything. In the beginning of it, it seems like you're all ready, set to go. You're the only one there. Everyone's looking a tad bit here and a tad bit there. Your phone starts to blow up with text messages. Drop the link. Did you email the link? Did you send me the link? And it's like, okay, this is going wrong right now, you know. But as a content creator, you begin to work through it. You go through a
Yeah.
5 to 10-minute warm up, and magically, lo and behold, everything comes together even better than you expected. You
Yep.
know, that was perfect.
Absolutely.
Perfect
Can
timing.
you drop the? Sorry, I'm gonna be difficult. Can you or share one of y'all drop the link to me in our messages so I can come back in through my computer?
Yeah, of course. I'll do that right now.
All right, thank you so much. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Muscles and Mascara, thank you for gifting a membership. And Fun Size gifted 5 membership. I'm sorry. I'm just so used to this.
No, you're fine. I was scrolling down here. I was just letting her finish, and we're gonna play this thank you song. You know, each time there's gifts, we're gonna play it. So here we go again.
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. Ooh, 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 ooh. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me.
It's so disgusting, Lady R, to watch the end of this and watch Scott and John stay on panel and build the shit out of her channel the way they built mine. So Spirit Seeking Squad, Lolly, this is what they do. You should know that.
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. So much. Like I was not expecting this. Where's Brittany's back?
We
I feel
have
flustered
very
because
good people. I'm just telling you, I've got like the best people. Just the greatest people.
I think we all do. You know what? 'Cause we all share some of these people, so we all definitely do.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We share. We all share.
Absolutely. And I've met some of the best people too. Like, I mean, just from being on all of your channels and then, you know, I've had some, I guess I could call my own, but you know, I think it's nice because we refer them to other channels and, you know, I wouldn't be a mod or have you on my panel or share you out if I didn't respect you. And so, you know, I enjoy each one of you so much. So thank you.
I was gifted a membership. Yay!
Woo woo!
Somebody gift next month when it runs out. I'll become a member. This is exciting. I'm so happy to see Mandy go live.
Me too. It is
It's weird,
awesome.
right?
It's great.
I was so nervous. I'll tell you what, this is my hope. Okay, this is my hope. My hope is I'm so close to 10K. Like I'm less than 400 subscribers away.
Oh,
my hope is that I can get to 10K and on my birthday, I want to do a fundraiser stream because once you hit the 10K, you can do, you know, where people chats and they go directly to. That's what I want to do for my birthday celebration stream. So
And when's your birthday?
On the 22nd.
In
9 days.
9 days. Okay,
You
well,
can
we
do
can
it.
get you part right there. No, we're going to manifest that. We can get you there.
Innocent. That was in a You Never Seen Fred there. Fred puts himself there in Ziggy's videos. He says, oh, she used to work at the strip club. I used to go there. I gave her a ride home one night. She accused him of R. We don't know anything Fred says is true, but he puts himself at that strip club. And what was I saying? Innocent. I was going to address her something she said. Hold on. Oh, the hemp shop. Do you know any Simmerleys? Would Jody Sue know any Simmerleys? The hemp shop innocent was in another county. I believe Carter County, if I'm correct. I could be wrong. It's just called the what was it called? Did she say the name of it? Somebody put the name in there. Okay.
There, we need what? 400 subs?
Oh yeah, she
Less
could
than
knock that
400.
out and
400 subs so she can use her platform to give back, y'all. Share this out with your mom, your grandma, your friend, your mom's friends.
Oh, that was hog wild. So Jody worked at more than one strip club, Andy? Damn. Yeah, Hemp Cafe. That's the name of it. Yeah.
And all that.
yeah, and just look, 2 or 3 lives, and I believe you could do that.
Yeah, that's what I was
honestly.
gonna say. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Yep. If you carry your topic that you're carrying tonight, all those 9 days, you'll definitely get it done.
Yep.
Yes.
If you
I'm
go
at
live
9,800.
9
Wait a minute.
days.
Wait a minute. Wait. What? Wait.
Well, I dropped
98.
your live a couple times today. And told him to subscribe, and people's like subscribing.
Oh,
Yep. You know,
my.
that's it's a good goal to have, but don't let yourself also focus on that, right? Focus
No, you're
Yeah.
gonna make
on
it. No,
Summer.
you're gonna make it.
This
You're
is
done.
so full circle for you because I think tonight, can you start us off tonight for the people that never heard about, because I love it. It gives me goosebumps every time. How did you, Mandy, come across Summer's case?
Okay. Sorry for all of you who already heard it last night on Cher's funeral. Okay, so Summer Wells was reported missing on June 15th, 2021, from her home on Ben Hill Road in Tennessee. And she, I believe, came to me in a dream on either June 19th or June 20th. I still didn't go back and look, but it was 5 something in the morning, and I woke up with tears rolling down my face because I had a dream that I kept hearing a little girl repeat over and over, "Dad is bad. Dad is bad." And it felt so real. Like it felt like I was, like the little girl was there with me. And I said this too. The only time that I've had dreams like that in the past was when I was pregnant. I've had 3 pregnancies. I have 2 children. I had a miscarriage my first pregnancy. And I'm so sorry. She's in there screaming. I told you she would. All 3 times, I knew that my second 2 pregnancies were going to be good, and I knew that my first one was not. So when I had the "dad is bad," it felt like that. It felt so real. So I woke up and I started writing everything down, like everything that I could remember, that I heard, that I felt, that I smelled, that anything. And then later I got on YouTube and I was scrolling through and I saw Summer's picture on a thumbnail, and I don't remember whose channel, but I knew right then, as soon as I saw her face, I knew that was who I heard. And so I started deep diving, and I learned everything that we knew up to that day. I learned that day.
Whoa, wait a minute. Okay, I misunderstood you last night. I'm sorry for interrupting, but
you're okay.
You didn't know Summer before the dream?
Right.
No.
Wow. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, and I wasn't I knew when I saw her picture that it was her, but it really solidified it for me when the short that Candace had shared where Summer was asking about the lightning. When I heard Summer's voice in that video, that's what solidified what I heard was for sure Summer. Like that was her voice, and I can't even explain it. Like, I don't know how this shit works, it's just, I heard it and it was weird. Oh, sorry. Welcome, Mama Bear. Oh, you guys, I'm shaking again. I was shaking when I told the story. Like, it's crazy for me. But yeah, that's how I heard about Summer Wells. I heard her in my dream, and then I hunted her down basically, I had to find out who that little girl was. And And I had almost a whole page of notes that I had written down because when I woke up and I wrote down what I remembered from my dream, it was like I started doing a reading and things just started coming to me while I was awake. And so I just kept writing. And one of and you can go back and look on my channel, my first reading for Summer Wells. I have a video about it and I shared my notes. I put on there that I knew that there was like drugs, alcohol around her. I knew that there was all around her. And we had no idea about anything at that point. It was only 5 days in. So it was, yeah.
Wow.
Surreal.
Wow. Wow.
That's crazy. So you were guided to be in this case. Cases pull us each individually, differently. So we all have our ways of how we were led to, especially beautiful Summer's case, right? So I love that story.
So would you guys like to share how you heard about Summer and anything that you would like to say about the case before we start? I already have the video pulled up for the interviews. So if there's anything that you would like to share, maybe about Dawn or Candace, and then we'll go from there.
I just pray that we get justice one day and we have answers.
If we don't watch the whole video, because I'm going to skip through in a little bit, here's a link if you guys want to go watch it. And yes, this is Copyright Act of 1976, Section 107. I don't understand compound. I don't like that word either, innocent. Okay.
Yeah.
For sure. So, Cher, I know that you have a lot about Dawn and Candace because
Yeah.
Dawn had a permanent position on your panel off and on for the last 3 years. Valentine.
Yeah, they're I think they're exactly where they wanted to be, if that makes sense. I think they got exactly what they wanted, to be honest. I don't know how else to say it.
Sick. What, to be free?
Well, I have the recording and the phone call that I've played for you guys before, and to hear that as their kids have been removed, and to hear Candace say that, or Dawn say, I never wanted any kids with Candace. Candace's dumbass had to go and get pregnant. And then Candace saying that, now mind you, Summer's missing. Her boys have been taken into care. And this is the conversation they're having with me and Mark. And they're saying they're doing fucking awesome now. And now with the kids gone, they can grow together and learn to love each other. And
no.
Yes, it's documented. Yes. And how they are fucking awesome now.
Wow.
So,
What do you mean documented, Cher? If you're going to make statements like that, show the documents, because that's not something you come to the public with if you don't have evidence of it. So please share. If you have that documented, show us. That's quite a big fucking statement, don't you think?
I believe that they are right where they are happy being, and that's what I'll leave it at for that right now.
I commend you for being able to sit there and listen to that. That's insane. Ugh. Horrible. There's something very wrong with these people.
Mm-hmm. You do, Scott? Yes, Scott. Yes. I mean, I got it documented, and I can find it for a different time. But yeah, absolutely. It was a conversation they thought they were having with Mark and I, and it was very disturbing. And they can say I'm a liar because it's recorded. So
Yeah, you'll have to share that with us sometime because I don't think I remember Dawn saying that.
Does anybody remember that on Cher's channel? Because how would Scott H remember that if we don't? Does anybody remember hearing Dawn and Candace saying they never wanted kids? I do remember Dawn saying I didn't know when he was in Arkansas, but that wasn't even on Cher or Mark's panel. I want to hear the recording since you have it, Sharon. It better say exactly what you said. This is the shit. Every time you watch something, you hear something that makes you want to flip. Yeah. Okay, I don't know what the Hay House is. Maybe you guys can fill me in. I'm trying to catch on as I'm reading chat. But it's near a daycare center. Can I ask, Andy, what county is this Hay House in?
And Candace was never supposed to get pregnant. I do remember that. And but I don't remember the other thing. But I mean, it's pretty obvious. Like, I mean, after the boys were gone, that's when we saw Dawn and Candace the most. You know, it was like Dawn was all the time talking for Candace and, oh, she's so sad and she's so heartbroken and she just can't talk right now. And then as soon as Dawn goes to jail, Candace can't shut up. You know, it was like he was keeping her offline, I think, for a reason, in my opinion. Welcome, Tattooed Mama.
That's where it gets kind of murky for me because Mark and I have actually witnessed. You would think Don's super controlling, and he is. That is true, but we have also seen it go the complete opposite way. I've seen Candace and Mark. We've witnessed it multiple times where she's not afraid to lay hands on him. Let me tell you, and where she's, pretty much making demands and this and that.
Cher led us to believe that a long time ago. And that was because Candace did not like Cher. She did not like that Dawn was talking to Cher. I always found it funny that Dawn continued to talk to Cher when Candace didn't want him to talk to Cher. However, Benny paints a different story of Dawn. About when Dawn went to Knoxville. Jody Sue paints a different story of Dawn being their neighbors. Allie and Leslie says Dawn's a nice guy. But this is crazy.
And I mean, yeah, it goes both ways.
Right.
Goes both ways. So
I want to go ahead and pull this up here. Okay. So you guys all remember the very first interview that Dawn Wells did was with his oldest son under his arm. Let me get it up here. There we go.
I remember that. I think that was one of the very first videos that was emailed to me about the Summer Wells case. And I guess I was doing some lives on another case. I don't know if I was coming off of Cash Gernon's case. And then someone had suggested, did you hear about the little 5-year-old who went missing in Tennessee? And I said, no. I said, what's going on? So they gave me a little summary of it and said that they would send me stuff, and they did. And no sooner than that, it started popping up on YouTube. And this was one of the very first videos that I had seen. I said, well, I'll look into it. And
We've also seen the fighting on Molly go lately. There was another time where Candace hit Dawn. The whole thing is maybe they were both like that. And that's sad that them children lived in that environment and had to see that and had to be around that. Let's learn from this, guys.
ever since then, you know, I've got grandchildren, you know, at that time, which was near about Summer's age. And it was reminiscent to me to say, well, what happened to her? You know, she's that small. I mean, you know, that young. Why did she go missing? And so it intrigued me to dig further into it. And shortly thereafter, I came across several content creators carrying the story, having discussions. And I would say one of the main content creators, if I can mention their name because they're in the chat.
Yeah, you can. As long
which
as you're
was-
respectful to other creators, you can mention any creator.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure that we cover the ground rules.
Yes.
I had overheard a conversation. I think it was a telephone conversation that someone who was out of that area having with a content creator, and they spoke in great detail of the area. And I wanted to find out exactly more about the person talking to the content creator, and that person was Scott H. And began trying to find out if he had a channel. And in fact, he was just starting to put together a channel from a collaboration he was doing with another content creator carrying the story. And then that took me further into it.
So can I ask then, you as a grandfather, a father,
That someone who was out of that area having with a content creator, and they spoke in great detail of the area. And I wanted to find out exactly more about the person talking to the content creator, and that person was Scott H. And began trying to find out if he had a channel. And in fact, he was just starting to put together a channel from a collaboration he was doing with another content creator carrying the story. And then that took me further into it.
No.
I remember that. I think that was one of the very first videos that was emailed to me about the Summer Wells case. And I guess I was doing some lives on another case. I don't know if I was coming off of Cash Gernon's case. And then someone had suggested, did you hear about the little 5-year-old who went missing in Tennessee? And I said, no. I said, what's going on? So they gave me a little summary of it and said that they would send me stuff, and they did. And no sooner than that, it started popping up on YouTube. And this was one of the very first videos that I had seen. I said, well, I'll look into it. And ever since then, you know, I've got grandchildren, you know, at that time, which was near about Summer's age. And it was reminiscent to me to say, well, what happened to her? You know, she's that small. I mean, you know, that young. Why did she go missing? And so it intrigued me to dig further into it. And shortly thereafter, I came across several content creators carrying the story, having discussions. And I would say one of the main content creators, if I can mention their name because they're in the chat.
Yeah, you can. As long
which
as you're
was
respectful to other creators, you can mention any
what?
creator.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure that we cover the ground rules.
Yes, absolutely.
I had overheard a conversation. I think it was a telephone conversation that someone who was out of that area having with a content creator, and they spoke in great detail of the area. And I wanted to find out exactly more about the person talking to the content creator, and that person was Scott H.
Huh. They're all coming from Gernon. Hold on. Let's continue listening.
Mm-hmm.
And began trying to find out if he had a channel. And in fact, he was just starting to put together a channel from a collaboration he was doing with another content creator carrying the story. And then that took me further into it.
Who's Karen with Story? I never heard of her. Did he do this on purpose? I used to like falling asleep to his voice. I don't know how I feel about the cues today. Till we get to the bottom of this. Crazy.
So can I ask then, you as a grandfather, a father, when this video popped up and you're sent this and you're seeing Don stand there with his son like that, did it bother you right off the bat from his, his what do you call it? Body language, I guess? Did
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, there
Okay.
was some red flags there.
Okay.
It makes me I don't think you were on the panel last night, John, when I had shared that when I learned about Summer's case, I was also knee deep within the Cash Gernon case. So I was interested to hear that you actually was into that one too. We'll have to talk about that one day on a different time. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that case.
Sure.
It's a rough
That was
one.
a crazy case.
I think this was the very first thing I ever seen when I learned about the case, though, was this interview right here. And I honestly wanted to ask that little boy to blink twice if he needed help.
Right.
So that's why I was asking John, because a lot of people were like, I've heard some other men on these streets say, well, no, I don't see that at all. That's just women that are like the kind of like sexist remark. But I'm like, what? I know that Mark felt uneasy when he first saw it. He was like, that's kind of aggressive at the time. I'd have to show him again because we've been through so much and there's so much for him to maybe remember this video. But it's interesting because I know it bothered Justin. So to hear John say, yeah, like right away, it made him uncomfortable. It's not just us women or moms that felt that then. So
Yeah.
there's something definitely wrong there.
This
Yeah,
little boy, he's got a million things going in his head,
Right. And what really pulled me was the fact that Don was speaking in a way that I would say created a finality of something when he said something about the resurrection.
It was
And
over as quick as
that
it
was a
began,
huge
you
trigger for
know,
me.
for him.
Yeah. That was a very huge trigger for me. And then I said, let me go back.
I swear Scott has changed his age several times. One time I heard him say he was 51. Another time I heard him say he was 61. I'm going to have to pay attention for them clips. Because if he is 61, that would be very plausible. Didn't somebody have a yearbook picture of him?
Over that. Now let me watch it in slow motion. And let me take the sound off of it. And let me see how I'm reading this in its entirety. And I said, no, there's a whole lot more to this. And then I went backwards from there.
Wow. So, Brittany, did you want to reshare what you had shared last night? Because I would like for you guys to share how you learned of Summer and what you think about Dawn and Candace before we get started running through these interviews with Dawn and Candace.
Yeah, I don't think I got to hear Brittany's. She said it maybe on one of our shows, but I'd like to hear again. I'll say really quick, like I got in with them, but I was following it because of my history. I was drawn to it, but what got me drawn is I was watching the interview. We all know where they're sitting there and Dawn's like, careful, your mom's watching. That interview, that like 13-minute.
Yeah.
That's the first one I saw, but I saw that shortly after, like I knew that news clip was about to come out because Teresa, who used to be the brains behind Unmasked and has branched off to do her own thing, great person. I actually went into her private messages because I heard some rumors that people were getting paid for interviews. And because I was already drawn to the situation, thinking of my past, and I'm like, people don't want to know the big bad dark world that I know exists. People really don't know. Like they know it exists, but they don't really want the truth, right? And so I was pissed and I went in right away and I said, if you are paying suspects to talk to you on a YouTube channel, you've just destroyed justice for this little girl. And I was mad. And that's when that day I said, I'm that's when I just decided I'm gonna talk to them. And I did, and it was like 9 days, and Dawn was in my inbox immediately. As soon as I texted him back, he was calling me instantly, and it was nonstop for about 2.5 years. So that's how I got into it.
I remember when you first messaged Dawn because you had shared that basically you called him out and was like, "Where's Summer?" And
Yeah.
it was like immediate, like you were switching up, right away because you had it set in your mind with what we knew, but then you would talk to Don and he would change your mind, and so,
Yeah.
if I think that shows how convincing he is, but then you also learned of other things too that weren't just him convincing you.
Right.
But yeah, that's crazy. I remember that. It doesn't seem like it was 10 years ago. This is
I
blowing my mind.
know. It has flown by.
So is
Sometimes
Brittany
it seems like it's been 30,000 years, and sometimes it seems like it's,
Yeah.
yesterday. It just depends how you look at it sometimes.
That's true.
Right.
That's true.
Right. Okay, I see. It looks like, is Brittany muted right now? I think she might be. Justin, you want to share with us how you learned about Summer and what you think about Dawn and Candace?
I learned Summer with Marissa, Molly Golightly, and Tiffany Ree. And yeah, they was I think they
And I'm like, people don't want to know the big bad dark world that I know exists. People really don't know. Like they know it exists, but they don't really want the truth, right? And so I was pissed, and I went in right away and I said, if you are paying suspects to talk to you on a YouTube channel, you've just destroyed justice for this little girl. And I was mad. And that's when that day I said, I'm that's when I just decided I'm gonna talk to them. And I did, and it was like 9 days, and Don was in my inbox immediately. As soon as I texted him back, he was calling me instantly, and it was nonstop for about 2.5 years. So that's how I got into it.
I remember when you first messaged Don, because you had shared that basically you called him out and was like, "Where's Summer?" And
Yeah.
it was like immediate, like you were switching up, right away, because you had it set in your mind with what we knew, but then you would talk to Don and he would change your mind, and so, I mean, if I think that shows how convincing he is, but then you also learned of other things too that weren't just him convincing you,
Right.
But yeah, that's crazy. I remember that. It doesn't seem like it was
That's
2
great.
years ago. This is
I
blowing my mind.
know. It has flown by.
So is
Sometimes
Brittany
it seems like it's been 30,000 years, and sometimes it seems like it's,
Yeah.
yesterday. It just depends how you look at it sometimes.
That's true.
Right.
That's true.
Right. Okay, I see. It looks like, is Brittany muted right now? I think she might be. Justin, you want to share with us how you learned about Summer and what you think about Dawn and Candace?
I learned Summer with Marissa, Molly Golightly, and Tiffany Ree. And yeah, they was I think they talked about it with like as soon as it was just a day or so, I think, after she went missing. It was really, really soon. I remember that. And what do I think of Dawn or Candace? I think they're guilty. So
The day after Summer goes missing, Marissa, Molly Golightly, and Tiffany. Now we know Tiffany covered it, right? Molly didn't want nothing to do with Summer's case. She didn't like it. Them people were gross. Anyone hear that? Why did they do this live stream?
all I got for her.
Sums it up.
That's really all I got.
Okay, Brittany must have her hands tied up. Brittany, Miss Brittany, calling Brittany.
She's probably with her kids or doing something.
Probably. Okay, well, while we're waiting on her, I'm going to go ahead and throw out 5 of these free memberships right quick.
Oh,
there we go. And Allison Franken, thank you so much for sharing a membership too.
And then low key, also, by the way, I just want to add, because like he's on my mind right now and he can't be here, but I had seen some work that Mr. Benny Keys had done, and I right away begged him to help me break them.
What? You mean to tell me I've been covering all this shit for 2 weeks and they're right here snitching on themselves? Let's hear that again.
Also learned of other things too that weren't just him convincing you,
Right.
But yeah, that's crazy. I remember that. It doesn't seem like it was
That's
2
great.
years ago. This is
I
blowing my mind.
know. It has flown by.
So is
Sometimes
Brittany
it seems like it's been 30,000 years, and sometimes it seems like it's,
Yeah.
yesterday. It just depends how you look at it sometimes.
That's true.
Right.
That's true.
Right. Okay, I see. It looks like, is Brittany muted right now? I think she might be. Justin, you want to share with us how you learned about Summer and what you think about Dawn and Candace?
I learned Summer with Marissa, Molly Golightly, and Tiffany Ree. And yeah, they was I think they talked about it with like as soon as it was just a day or so, I think, after she went missing. It was really, really soon. I remember that. And what do I think of Dawn or Candace? I think they're guilty. That's all I got for 'em.
Sums it up.
That's really all I got.
Okay, Brittany must have her hands tied up. Brittany, Miss Brittany, calling Brittany.
She's probably with her kids or doing something.
Probably. Okay, well, while we're waiting on her, I'm going to go ahead and throw out 5 of these free memberships right quick.
Oh,
There we go. And Allison Franken, thank you so much for sharing a membership too.
and then low key also, by the way, I just want to add, because like he's on my mind right now and he can't be here, but I had seen some work that Mr. Benny Keys had done, and I right away begged him to help me break them.
So it wasn't like Benny just hopped up on her panel, like the story he tells. She seen some work Benny did. She reached out to him because she wanted Benny to help her break the wells.
Okay, I have you pulled up here. I want to welcome, just to see who got the memberships here. We got the AV membership, Salak, SLP. Welcome, welcome. Linda Ski, Lucan and Maria, and Miss Tony 67. Welcome to the squad.
You have to play your video.
I can do that. People like to dance, you know? Okay. Here we go.
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. Ooh, 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 ooh. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me.
After years of struggling with constant dental pain, Joseph decided to make a change. He chose to get permanent.
Fix our channel.
It's cute. Cher, would you like to update the Fun2Ski?
Wait, what?
No,
I
Benny's
knew that it
out.
was announced that
BK is in jail in Texas. Listen, no, he's not. But we're not. I mentioned him because he was on my mind. Yes, I got to talk to him. Mark and I talked to him. He's, that's that. He can't be on the internet, and that's what it is, because people are a-holes. But he's a huge presence he like I wouldn't have been able to do and deal with what I dealt with without the support of Benny. So I wanted to make sure that I acknowledged him is all.
Yeah, I just wanted Fun2Ski. I always feel like I'm going to say it wrong. Just to because I know that he was just released today. There's a channel that I catch here and there that usually gives like any updates or whatever. And so I knew that he was released because of that before you had said something to me about what you had said. So he is out, but he won't be online right now. So we'll leave it at that. I think that's just enough. That's just what I meant. And he has late slips that
One of Benny's first calls is to share. He gets released from jail and he calls Cher. I don't know that case. I'm going to have to look into that, guys. Did she cover the West Boys? Or Cash Gernon?
he hands out, like tardy passes. So I still got to catch up. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's like, it's the cutest thing ever.
It's just a little thing I do. It's like hall pass monitor or something. I don't know.
I like the pearl necklace idea too. Like, I'm over here in a slump. I can't figure out what to call my memberships. Justin's over there. He's got a damn whole pearl necklace wrapped around his mic, and I'm like, oh my god, I could have thought of that.
I'm a little extra. A lot
I love
extra.
A failed Mrs. Doubtfire. Justin dresses like Mrs. Doubtfire. Dude, you're the worst cross-dresser on the earth. I just want to let you know that. Mama Thelma. What was the fucking TV show? Mama's House or something from the 70s, 80s.
He's got all the pearls.
I'm gonna have to at least get a real damn train horn going.
That's what I'm saying. Dude, like, we gotta up our game. We're falling behind over here.
Choo-choo, mother truckers.
Mother chicken.
And Find Summer's Truth. I'll say, that's a touchy subject, and I don't think that they're working on any cases right now, any public cases. I think that they're focusing on themselves. So we'll leave it at that. And right, Lisa? Okay, so we're
Yeah.
gonna, you guys ready?
Yep.
And
Ready.
no, Brittany, you didn't share how you learned about summer and what you think about Dawn and Candace.
That's right.
Lord. I just basically, it's pretty short and simple. I think it was Alex Erickson was the first person I heard it from. I was just like John. I was really deep into Cash Jernon's case. And then as far as Dawn and Candace, I'm just going to be real. Like, from the very beginning, I had red flags. And yeah, I think that they both know what happened to that little girl. And we're witnessing. This is my theory. Cherry, you know them. Justin, you know a lot about them, so y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. Just as an outsider looking at it, from the very beginning, he's very much come off to me. Dawn has came off like, here we go again, having to clean up Candace's messes.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like she's just messy, and here he is cleaning it up again, and going behind her and talking for her and all this other stuff. So that's why I've always thought she has more of a hand in what happened to Summer. I'm still a little on the fence about what role I think he plays in it, but he definitely knows what happened. So that's where.
That sounds like here. You guys want to tell your thoughts on Dawn and Candace, babe? All right, here's the beard of reason.
Uh-oh.
Just give me 1 minute.
Because whenever Don was mad at me, he would call my husband on me. And then whenever Candace thought I wanted her, and she would try to text my man and act like she didn't know it was my man, and it was fun.
Oh my Lord.
I want to say
Things
welcome.
got weird.
Welcome to.
And if they got weird, Cher, you should have stepped away. No, you kept it going. You kept putting them out there to hinder the case and have them talk and fighting and dude. Unreal, Cher. That you could sit here and go, oh, it was crazy. Well, then you should have got them the fuck off your channel. Right? Because now if Summer's found, you hindered her case. Fucking psycho. In my opinion.
To the squad Huda joined, and she did a member or a super chat too. Thank you so much. And Aussie True Crime joined also, and I want to make sure Muscles did a super chat. Thank you. And thank you, Allison. I think that's where we were right here. We got everybody. Oh, I'm so thankful. Thank you.
I don't know if it's true, but I heard that's also Linda. It's probably not true though. Or had a connection with Linda or something.
I appreciate you so much. Like, you guys have no idea. I was so nervous about this, and
Girl, you
just
are
been
great.
I was so nervous, and you guys are awesome in the chat. So thank you so much.
You have, I'm telling you, like the people that are here tonight, you have the best people that you could have right now.
For real. Yeah.
Yeah,
Much
really.
deserved too. Very much.
Lots of good people in here.
I'm just used to being in the chat with them, not on panel.
What do you think about Don and Candace, baby?
Well, this could take several days. But the short version is I don't like either of them. They're both terrible parents, terrible people. They're terrible. Don's a terrible husband. She's a terrible wife. Just terrible all around.
Just terrible.
But terrible. Just terrible. Just awful people. Yeah, Don and his don't look at me too harshly because I'm godly. That's just a hunk of shit. Nobody who is truly religious would act like that man does. So that's all bullshit. Summer being out of Candace's sight for a minute. Well, first it was 2 minutes, then 5 minutes, and God knows, and then vanishing. That's bullshit. And that whole day is bullshit. I mean, she takes her daughter to a swimming hole, picks up another, at the time, 15-year-old boy.
Yeah.
Was he 15?
Mm-hmm.
But did not bring her own adolescent boys.
Well, what sense does that make?
Yeah.
Exactly. It makes no sense.
Right.
I've
Like
always
it-
called that out too.
Like, I don't even think that happened. And like any of that shit happened that day. The swimming, any of it, I don't think it happened that day.
Okay.
I don't, because it makes no sense that she wouldn't have brought her sons.
And remember,
Especially since there's going to be another teenage boy there.
remember when Don and Candace first called us? Don said the boys went to work with him, right?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember?
Well,
Okay.
in the beginning, it was people. It was kind of dad went to work with or the kids went to work with dad. That was going around, and then finally they just said no. The boys stayed home, and that's when they said nobody in, nobody out. I remember that.
Mhm.
Sure do.
Yeah, that always bothered me too.
Yep.
Always bothered me. I said, why would you
Well-
leave your boys at home
Mhm.
knowing that you're going to be out and about, you're going to be taking your mother to the hospital, and
Mhm.
you're going to be
When-
also doing some leisure things like swimming.
And
Um,
they mentioned
Jose said they never left the kids home, and you got to remember CPS
See?
was there the prior day.
That's what I'm saying.
Andy, have you ever seen the Wills leave their kids home alone? That's a really good question. Have you ever seen the boys home alone, or the boys watching Summer, or anything like that?
Why would they leave the boys
You
home
want
if
to leave them home?
CPS was snooping around? That's why I believe Don changed it on me. He told me the boys went to work with him, and then I think I said it live, and then he freaked out, and it was like all of a sudden everything changed, and it confused me at the time, but I know what I was told at the very jump, and it was the boys went to work with Don.
I
And
think. Oh, sorry.
think of that mixed with Mark had asked Don privately. Don keeps telling all of the public, well, they were at the swim hole and getting the prescriptions. And so I just said, why bother going home? I'm just going to work late. Well, that was 1:20 in the afternoon. What do you mean
No,
working
that was
late?
11:30. 11:30 in the morning.
11:30? Oh, okay. Well, even then.
Yeah.
So what do you mean working late? And what do you mean you didn't want to go home alone when supposedly your sons were at home? You wouldn't
Yeah.
be home alone.
Correct
So,
me.
so
Go ahead, Jess. Sorry.
what was I going to say? Damn.
Sorry.
Oh. I don't remember. I'll get back to you. Sorry.
I freaking love you.
About the
I hate when that happens. Like I got something. Oh, I want to say this. I want to say this. And by the time it comes to return, it's
Didn't
watermelon.
we say that
Oh,
they
sorry.
were gonna go to this is really quick, I promise y'all.
Yep.
But because just to refresh my memory, didn't they say at one point too there was plans to go to like some sort of carnival or amusement park that day as
They were
well?
going to go swimming that evening. Right next Don, where he was working, right, literally across the street is a water park.
Okay.
And they were supposed to go there that evening. I wonder if what I was going to say is
Hunter first said we were going to go that evening, but then Hunter said, and so did Candace, that they were preparing for a trip to go to the water park the next weekend. However, Chase and Linda drove around for Scott and Penny to all them areas and brought it to YouTube. Like that was a place that Donna Serafina seen the carousel, and that's where the guy from Bewitched was seen with Summer and Dreams, and then it became real and twisted, and they took it extremely too far. Yeah.
wonder if Don was there at home, because Jose said they never left the kids, and CPS was there the day before. I wonder if that's why Don was blowing Candace's phone up. Get home, get home. I want to go to work. What the frick's taking you so long? You know?
Prior to Cher turning to God, just like Benny did, when they met the Wills, Cher thought she was psychic. Do y'all know that? Hey, Pam. I wonder if Cher had any contact with Dusty, since she was blaming Juanita for what Dusty was doing. Right?
And then she got home and knew Hunter, she took Hunter out and everything, and it blew up from there. I don't know.
Yeah, it was they definitely put their own twist on the story a few different times, right?
Mm-hmm.
And some of it I think they did intentionally too. Like I know that Don enjoyed playing games and trying to get people riled up, and that was part of his joy. So I
Oh,
think
you guys have no idea what all I actually stopped in distractions. The shit that him and Tim and Candace thought would be funny, like I can't even believe.
I want you to share with people who may not know about him wanting to charge for him to tell everybody what happened to Summer, like a pay-per-view.
Yes, yes. So he knows that I know people here and there, and I can help people do stuff and get on bigger platforms.
You reached out to him. He was looking for his child. The only way he would have known that is if that's how you pitched it to him. Right? Share. He did not know you knew people. Who the fuck do you know? Ernie Shell? Was that a fake fight?
Than some of us have. So he had asked me, and you guys know because I've shared it. It is out there. It's in text form, but we also spoke about it on the phone. He spoke about wanting to set up a confession for pay-per-view for $1 million, where he would start off confessing to doing something to Summer, but right, like he said, after he talks.
I remember this. He played a joke on her and said, "Oh no, never mind. Pam, I'm sitting here being so bad eating granola bars and Nutri-Grain bars. I need to stop. Because I haven't eaten in 2 days. I wasn't feeling good. Tylenol feels like it's actually, I'm not going to lie. I took an 800 milligram ibuprofen. I'm not supposed to take them. But I was feeling like death. Sherry, you caused a lot of shit in this case, dude.
For a while, then that's when he will start preaching about the Seventh-day Adventists and tell the whole world about the Seventh-day Adventist and how everyone else is going to hell if we're not SDA, and just go on and on about the church.
He would be meeting Jesus if
And you went right along with him, praying on your channel and all kinds of shit, pretending. Right? False prophet.
we all paid $1 million and he lied to us. He would be meeting Jesus. That's all I got to tell you.
That just goes to show you what level of depravity we're dealing with here. When someone's willing to take their daughter's disappearance and just, I'll say I did it.
Really quick, and don't forget, when they go to call me a liar on a certain other channel later, it's documented. Okay, so just
Oh, we're all liars. We can't get a.
Why don't you show all of your messages with Dawn from the very first communication? Make a video like I did with TT's. Share. That's what you owe Summer Wells community.
A fact right. We're sharing our opinion and we're all wrong and they're all right. Okay, so hi, thanks for reviewing. If you make sure you hit the thumbs up or down, I don't care either way, just hit one of them. Thank you so much.
Don't
Okay,
we have him documented on and I'm sorry, y'all. I just trying to make sure I remember everything right. Didn't he say in an interview publicly that he would go to jail? He for his daughter, like he would be willing to take the fall and go to jail?
Yes.
Okay, and make sure I didn't dream that.
And when I say, Dawn, who do you expect to be the one that's sitting behind bars for whatever happened to your daughter? And he's every time, well, I suppose it's going to be me.
Because he's got to protect his wife, in my opinion.
Yeah, and he said, Chris asked, well, what do you think should happen to the person that did this to Summer? Should they go to jail?
Right.
I don't know, brother.
He
You know,
said
I've been
no.
to prison. I've done that. I would say under the freaking jail. Stat.
Right.
Pronto.
Sassy, you're awesome.
Yep, exactly. And welcome, Daisy Love. Welcome to the squad. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You want to play my little one or my big one?
Daisy, you are correct, and I'm not trying to
Design the perfect voice for your brand with 11 Labs. Change the way you
religion bash anyone, but I know a cult and I see a cult. Seventh-day Adventist is definitely steered off of the LDS. I will say both are not for me, but I yes, they are different. Yes, so don't feel bad.
Right.
All right.
Let me see here. Okay, so are we ready to hit? No, wait, John. I wanted you to share what your thoughts are on Dawn and Candace also, and how I think you already shared how you found out about Summer, but anything that you'd like to share about Dawn and Candace and the case before we hit the play button.
That they both know what happened to Summer.
Yes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, that's my call.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're unanimous on that for sure. Absolutely. Okay. All right. Well, let me get over here. So when I leave the screen, I'm not going to be able to see the chat, but I'm trying to watch it on my phone. But when you want me to pause it, yell at me and I will hit the pause button. Are we ready for this?
Yep.
Ready.
Now you're going to play the article, and then are you able to blow it up so that
I want to watch this whole thing, but it's a 6-hour live and we're only an hour in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip to the end where they talk about the billboards and stuff. And another time we can come up and listen to the rest of this. I've just had enough of this shit. It's clear. You can see it right there. Like,
and reapplying in 90 days.
Together that you say you got, and like show how Andy knows, because you don't know what's in Andy's brain. So unless you have proof that Andy's talked about it or that Andy was there.
Was. Yeah.
It don't matter. It's going to take you a day to walk it, unless you're on a dirt bike or a horse, and then it might
get dark.
Mm-hmm.
Here, we'll watch Andy for a little bit since I didn't see any of it.
Boots are on the ground a little after 7. What's her name? Robin Lane and Dotson doesn't get there until what time?
Oh, it's late. It's late. I mean,
Wasn't it
what
like
it was,
10
it
something?
was, yeah, I was thinking closer to 11 or something, but it was.
Okay, so we're talking. It's dark now. You know.
Yeah.
What did these people do for 4 hours?
Right.
And that's
Right.
the isolation time.
Yep.
Phones wiped at 3:30, and then we get what we've gotten for the almost 3 years in less than 48 hours from now. We get a side story from a neighbor that lived across the street at 125. All the antics that she put out there about her whereabouts and what she did and what her involvement was in looking for Summer that day as well.
Yep.
You know, I always took.
maybe one of Green Eyes made up people.
Say again?
Stevie keeps putting in the comment and he keeps asking across all this stuff about who's Uncle Blue Eyes. I mean, this is not Breaking Bad. This is something Green Eyes facilitated in his own mind.
I don't know.
Can I ask Andy? He's barbecuing. Can I ask him? Have you got time, Andy, or you got to go, or you want to do this a different time, or?
You know how barbecuing goes, Scott. I got off motherfucking night.
All right, brother. What's wrong with this thing?
I mean, I'm not going to stay on here all night, but I mean, I'll
Right.
answer your questions. I was just seeing that come across in there, and she's posted in some comment sections and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
My uncle has no clue what ICE is. I mean, he might
I
have heard of
appreciate you
it.
so much, Andy, by the way, for like hopping up here, answering questions.
Andy, what do you think about the timeline?
Smoke alarms.
I know if there's really not much going on, it takes them about 45 minutes to get there when they get the call.
Yeah.
I mean, in my opinion, you know, they can get there in less time depending on what's going on. Shots fired, people missing. Yeah, they're coming running. I mean, it's faster if they come from Churchill through the gap to Beach Creek than come all the way from Roswell up Beach Creek.
Mm-hmm.
But that's gonna make my fucking smokes taste funny.
Mohawk's got a memory of steel, and she said 7:20 police arrived. And she would know. If anyone knows, she would know.
Well, what did we call them, Justin? Memory divas?
Yeah, I call her.
Mohawk one?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
So, I
Memory
mean, if
divas?
anybody's putting anything in chat, I can't see chat. Hold on. See if I can get it up there so I don't miss nothing.
If
Will you-
anything is directed to you, I'll
I
pop
wanna-
it up on the screen, Andy.
This is my first time talking to Andy. I have some questions for you. Where were you when this was happening? At this
work.
time? You were at work. Up until what time?
A little bit after 6, right at 6, something like that.
Okay. And when you got home, what did you notice?
My neighbor was missing and everybody was freaking out.
Was it bottlenecked on Ben Hill Road?
Not when I got there.
So it was empty.
It wasn't empty. I mean, there was a few people out and about. Candace, my ex. I seen the kids out. Shortly after I got home, Dawn come in. Shortly after that, the police come in.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
Well, as soon as I come home, I started helping try to look, find her, stuff like that. Let's see. I don't know. Then the light goes up.
Did Dawn and Candace seem like they were or like desperate or worried?
Yeah.
Candace seemed panicked when I seen her. Dawn seemed panicked too. I mean, it's
Not on. Was that? I mean, to be panicked for them is
Can I
that?
just- Yeah, you can be panicked, and because all the shit that's going on, and yeah, I mean, you just lost your kid. You know what I mean? Like, if they know
Yeah.
she died, for instance, well, they're going to be panicked.
When you had first found out that Summer was missing, what was your first impression, Andy?
Good question, John.
I mean, mainly just to try to find her. I mean, I wasn't trying to process what had happened to her at this point because I didn't know that, maybe she didn't get pissed off and run off, or, maybe she was right there around the house hiding from them and nobody could find her. So, first initial was, hey, my neighbor kid has run off into the woods or hiding from mama because she got mad or, something, and they can't find her.
Right.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So
I mean,
that
it wasn't nothing drastic at first to me.
right. Okay.
I mean, it was, but it wasn't,
Well, that's the normal response, Andy.
Right.
When somebody goes missing, you don't care about the why or the how. What your pinpoint focus is where. We need to find her, and then we'll worry about the why and the hows later. And that's what sticks out to me about Dawn and even other cases we cover. These parents are talking about how and why the same day their kid went missing. Like that should be the furthest thing from your
Exactly, man.
You need to, where is what matters. Where?
Yeah. So what I was saying, Andy, that was your first impression, and thank you for your answer. What did you feel moments after your impression?
Like, what do you mean? After it kind of sunk in that we wasn't finding her?
Right.
Yeah.
Honestly, what the hell's happened? I mean, look, I grew up in Beach Creek on and off my whole growing up life. Like, if I wasn't in school when I was a kid, I was down there playing around, you know, hanging out with my grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
So, I would have never thought that somebody would take a kid down there. Just for the simple fact of I know people that I grew up with, went to school with, stuff like that. We'd be out riding around. I'm like, look, let's ride through Beach Creek. Oh, what? No. I'm like, you're fine. Come on. Just chill the fuck out.
Okay. Okay. So this would be about an hour after your first impression? Hour later?
Couple hours, yeah. I mean, still at that point, I don't know. It really hadn't sunk in.
When you went to sleep that night, what was your impression?
Yeah, some shit's done popped off, and you know, I really don't know. You know, you're asking of what my impressions of the situation was and all this.
I've been meaning
I've got so many opinions and thoughts of what could have happened that, you know, sometimes it's one of those situations of some of these thoughts that you just need to keep to yourself, because if you do, you get persecuted and by everybody, and it's just, I mean, who knows? That's the way I look at the situation. Who really honestly knows? I mean, I've thought through situations and what might have happened, what could have happened, what possibly happened.
Right.
And you keep getting the same. You don't really know.
Okay. Okay.
Let's carry on. I'll try to answer anything I can, because.
Okay, and your last impression at this point, knowing that we're closing 3 years of Summer being missing, has any of those impressions changed?
I really just don't know. I mean, it honestly scares me to the fact that I just don't know. I don't know whether or not that, you know, Dawn or Candace. I see Dawn on and off all the time. He looks just so distraught all the time. He don't look. I mean, I don't know. Who's got feedback? Where's the feedback come from?
I don't
know.
Or
is it just?
I think it was Cher. I just muted her.
Hold on, I might have just lost everybody.
Uh-oh. We still hear you.
No, you're still there. I'm bad about touching the wrong buttons. I'm sorry.
Okay, but let me ask you, because you knew Dawn and Candace prior to Summer missing. Do you see a noticeable?
You just hit the wrong button.
We lost him.
Yep, he's gone. He just fell off.
I'd be curious to ask how they are today versus before she, you know, disappeared. Because he said Dawn looks, you know, sad and stuff all the time. Well, was he like that before?
Yeah, because these would be the same questions I would ask Jody Sue. It would be the same questions I would ask Fred Hill. It would be the same questions I would be asking. You know, when did you know it? What was your first impressions? And then what did you feel?
Yeah.
Knowing Don and Candace.
Oh my God, this damn.
Oh,
So
hang on.
I
I'm sorry,
hope-
Scott.
I hope
I
he
didn't.
I hope he
I'm-
comes back.
I just realized Scott's sitting backstage. I see you back there. Do you want to leave your camera on or you want to turn it back off? I'm so sorry. I thought you were up here and I was looking and I was like, wait, we're missing more than just Andy.
Yeah, I
There
keep
we
myself
go.
on. Sorry about that.
Sorry. That's okay. And Andy's back too. So now we have our panel back. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Mandy.
I mean, I hit the wrong button and it took me a minute. I'm sorry.
I did the same thing.
So before you popped off, Andy, I was
You
asking.
guys, hey, really quick, sorry to interrupt, Mandy. I love you. You guys, I love the conversation, but for the last couple minutes, my smoke alarm for some reason won't turn off, and it's
Oh, that's weird.
yeah, and it's like midnight. I'm on the outside of my house. It's gonna wake up my whole neighborhood. Anyway, so I'm gonna drop down, and then I'll be in the chat till you finish up until I fall asleep. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I love everyone up here on the panel guests. I've been loving, like, just absolutely enjoying thoroughly our conversations. And so let me know where the next round is because we like the rotations here. So I'll talk to you guys soon. I love you. So
Love you.
excited.
Call me tomorrow.
Love you back, Cher.
Brandy,
Thanks, Cher.
everybody. Scott, good to see you again. Okay.
Good
All
luck
right.
with that alarm.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, you
Take the
guys. Have a
battery
good
out.
yeah. Bye.
Smack it with a hammer.
Bye.
Smack it with a
Right?
hammer.
That's what I would do.
Hey, I hate. Okay, anymore they've started hardwiring all them smoke alarms into the system.
Yeah. Yes.
And you can't just jerk the battery out no more. It sets off the other whatever's in the apartment or house or whatever. It's kind of stupid. I don't like them.
I wanted to really chime in to say thank you, Andy, for just going over that with me because it gives me a little bit more clarity for someone that was there during the time that someone went missing, what their impressions and thoughts were. So I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I know what people want to hear sometimes, and I know what people think I don't know. There's been a lot of scenarios go through my mind of what ifs, what happened, what might have happened. It's that type of thing. I mean, I don't know. I was not there on the 15th. I was there the day before. And then they blame me for having something to do with Jackie Dobbs not being there. So you can't win for losing in this situation. So, I mean, I don't know.
got some questions. I just don't want to visit.
You what?
I said, I've got questions I want to ask you. I just don't want to visit. Not from you, but
But yeah, all much respect to you, Andy. Thank you.
No problem. Have a good night.
You want to look at this map, Andy?
I can probably tell you whatever you're going to ask without even looking at your map.
Okay. Do you know where Pyburn Road is?
Kind of. It's been a long time since I've been down there. Actually, just riding around and know where exactly it lies on down through there on the Horton Highway.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard of Pyburn. I got family that lives in Pyburn. I mean, I've got family on both sides of the mountain.
Right. Do you know if Pyburn Road, when the road actually ends, it comes right across the mountain to Fields Road and Bell Road? Do you know if you can still get through there?
I mean, I've not been running those woods, like, going through there doing anything in a long, long time.
Gotcha.
I mean, I assume if you're determined enough, I know for a fact there's still probably four-wheeling trails back in there.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying you're talking Sullivan County Light Hollow Road, right?
Well, that one would take you to the Light Road, not Frank and Grady's and Orville's Light Holler. But
You're talking about the one down there where me and Ryan went up the holler where the church camp is, and we turned around back there on those four-wheeling trails.
well, I didn't get to watch that video.
Okay. Well, if you're talking about Light Road in Hawkins County,
That's the one I'm talking about, Light Road.
okay. As far as I know, you can go back through there and four-wheel back in there, and eventually you can hit somewhere on the Horton Highway, yes.
Okay.
I don't know if it's Pyburn Road or not.
Okay.
I've never went through that way. I've never actually crossed across the mountain ever and came out on the Greene County side.
Okay.
I've been to the top of the mountain, up there to the fire tower.
That was going to be my next question. Can you go from Light Holler in Sullivan County, Grady Lights Holler?
They all three match up. You can come from that road, depending on if you know how to go up through there and get up to the fire tower. Yes, you can go up Ben Hill Road and get to the fire tower. Yes, and you can go up Fields Road and get to the fire tower. Yes, you can also jump to the Greene County side and let me see, Chimney Top Loop.
You go up Broom Holler, right?
I don't know if it's Broom Holler or not. I've not been over on that side, come up that way for a long, long time. Like I was probably 14, 15 in the dune buggy with my dad the last time I was over there. Honestly, trying to find that side to get up.
Right.
I know you used to be able to go up Chimney Top Loop and go up through there somewhere and get up toward the mountain. But I've never been on the Greene County side and came up to the fire tower on the Greene County side. I've never done that. Okay. I've always walked from either like Mamaw Hills up to the tower. Well, actually, I ain't never walked up from Fields Road to the tower. It's always been up toward the end of Ben Hill when they logged, and a little bit before that. It takes you a half a day to walk to the top of that mountain.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to ask too. And this was probably back when you was a kid too. These are questions that I've done asked Fred, and I wanted to see what your answer was before.
Fred rode horses. Fred rode horses up in there and shit.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Fred was talking about riding horses, going up at the end of Ben Hill, going up, and somewhere there were, and Marlena Crawford, he said Marlena Crawford knowed about it too, that there was a teepee up there.
I ain't never seen no teepee, so I mean, I didn't.
Well, he said it's fell down by now, but he said used to when they'd ride horses that they would stop and that's where they would rest for a little while, because he did say it was, quite a ways back there, and then you can go on and you come out somewhere between.
Sullivan County starts right after Fred's house. It's like a triangle. It goes behind Fred's house, up in the Light Holler. So yes, Sullivan County starts almost on Ben Hill. He sure is, Pam.
Old Blair's Gap and Horton Highway.
Well, I mean, if you know how to go through there on a horse, you can ride those ridges and you can make it anywhere.
Right. That's basically what I'm trying to get confirmed to this community is it is possible, and it could be probable that somebody went from Beach Creek Road or Ben Hill Road across that mountain without anybody seeing them out of the way of law enforcement or anything like that.
Yeah, but it ain't gonna take you 25 minutes.
Well,
It's gonna take you a day.
well,
If you ain't on a dirt.
With the helicopters in the air, they would have seen that, I think. I don't know. What do you think, Andy? You still in here? You think they would have seen her if she was up in there?
Bike or a horse, it's going to take you a half a day to walk to the fire tower. So if you're walking out Ben Hill Road, or you leave out of Ben Hill Road and you go back through the gap and you go out Light Holler Road in Sullivan County where Brandon and them was, it don't matter. It's going to take you a day to walk it unless you're on a dirt bike or a horse, and then it might take you just a little bit less.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and ask them questions, and I don't want no visits, so don't name no names. Because I ain't aiming to make nobody mad unless they did something to Summer. And you might not even want to answer these questions. And if you don't, I understand why, because I ain't real sure, like I said, that I even want to ask them. There's been people that I know, you know that I'm older than you, and I'm older than Fred, and I'm older than Frank. But you know that I went to school with Donald Scherthy and Roy Light and Annie Light, and they was you kin to there's another Bernard boy down there. I can't remember his name now.
Okay, so look, I'm gonna go ahead and divide that and conquer that one right there. So you're saying there's another Bernard boy in Beach Creek that I'm related to. Okay,
no, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that I know some people down there. Now, I ain't talked to a lot of them until Summer Wells went missing in 35 years, since 1988, when I graduated. But you know as well as I do, everybody's got younger brothers, older brothers and sisters, cousins, everything like that I may or may not have talked to throughout these past 3 years. And there's been, and this ain't got nothing to do with you or Joe.
I'm going to take it as he's 61 and not 51, because that would make him older than Frank Lade. I'm pretty sure Frank Lade is 51 years old. Or 50-something, 54. So we're going to go with when Scott said he was 61. Remember how I told you just a little bit ago how he changes his age all the time?
Jody Sue, but Jody Sue has talked about, let's start with Dawn. Dawn mentioned about Candace having their own friends. We know that Fred sold dope. We know that Don Scherthy's boy got in trouble with Child P. We know that Frank Light.
We know that Fred sold the. We know that Donald Scherthy Jr. got in trouble for. What did Fred sell, Scott? You a story?
Got in trouble with Child P. We know that Randy Hoff guy got in trouble with Child P. So there's a whole lot of, let me finish. I ain't accusing nobody, Andy. I'm just saying that there's a whole lot of people down there that don't exactly have the purest motives in mind. My theory at this point right now, Candace said when they got home, Summer jumped right up. Now, if I was 5 and the boys, I think at that 9 was 8, 9, and 12, somewhere around in there. And supposedly they were supposed to be in the house. If I was 5 years old and I'd been riding around all day, going to the smoke shop, going to Walgreens, going back to Walgreens, going swimming, going to Priceless, going to all these places, the first thing I would want to do when I got home on a pretty summer day when my brothers is out of school is go play. Now, we've heard Donald Murphy. We've heard from Jose, and there's somebody else, I can't remember who, that said that they had seen Summer at times away from the house on her own. Now, is it possible that somebody that didn't have the purest intentions in mind happened to be around that area, and Summer got up, jumped up, went out playing, run down over the hill to the creek where Jody Sue said she's seen the boys, where Don said he's seen the boys, and somebody just happened to be in that area and snatched her up at 3:30 and was gone for 3.5 hours before the law ever got called. Or, and this is where I'm going to ask the questions, I'd like to ask Fred the same questions and Jody Sue. And there's some other people, I know some of the names, have told me that YouTube ain't even talked about the real monsters that's down in Beach Creek. Is it possible that one of them real monsters that's down there could have happened to been in that area and had the crime of opportunity?
Sorry.
And snatched her up and got gone. Maybe went back in the mountain and hid out, like I said earlier before you come up here, to let the heat die down a little bit. And God forbid, I hate saying it, but done whatever they was going to do with her and left her to be, or took her on out to one of those exits out on the Greene County side and handed her off, or took her somewhere themselves, or done whatever. Because I know myself that there's more people down there in Beach Creek that ain't even been talked about, that's a hell of a lot more rotten than anything that they've said that you've ever done. Or as far as we know, Fred, or as far as we know, Don, as far as we know, Candace. Hell, I know that my damn self.
Then why ain't you talking about it, Scott? Because remember, you ain't been to Beach Creek in forever. You don't know these people, then you know them, then you heard of them. They were older than you, then you went to school with them, then you bought wine off of them. You're buying moonshine off of them. Your dad's been on the hill buying wine off Grady Light. You don't know Annie, but she's following you around in chats. You went to school with Annie. You went to school with Roy. Scott, you need to get it together, because what you're doing is you're making yourself look like you know something a lot more than you do. In my opinion.
And I ain't been down there since, like I said, 1988.
I mean, I kept to myself. I had no, and you asked the questions, and it really all falls into, I didn't get out the house very much. I didn't associate with anybody very much, especially down there. I went to work. I was at work most days. I came home, and that's it.
And I believe you when you say that, because I trust Adrian, who called Hayworth. And to some extent, I trust when Ryan called Hayworth and they verified that you was at work.
Because I trust Adrian. She has wet dreams about you, Scott. And I somewhat trust Ryan. Nobody trusts you, Scott. Your little group of groupies over there. Well, you try over and over to build channels.
Well, I mean, they showed up over there.
I don't think that you had anything to do with Summer getting gone. But my question is, and I believe when you say that, I mean, I don't have no reason to doubt. Every time I've ever talked to you, you've never told me anything different than what you told me the very first time when me and Piper and Lean on Me talked to you. I think it was your very first live stream on your channel about what happened when you got home. So I ain't got no reason to doubt that you come home and minded your own business, done what you done, whatever. I ain't worried about your and Jody Sue's relationship. What I'm interested in, I know you come home and you went to work. And to me, that's an easy way for you to say that you're not going to answer the question that I asked you. Is it possible that one of the real monsters down there could have had Summer disappearing could have been a...
Yeah, Andy, you live in that area. Your whole family lives there. Why don't you just start naming people out of nowhere like Scott wants you to do? Because that's what he wants you to do. Scott, if you know who they are, name them. You name the real monsters. If you know who they are, you have such an interest in this case. You name them. Why are you trying to put Andy on the spot?
crime of opportunity. And where would you place that on a scale of 1 to 10? Just from things that you might have heard at the store, or
okay, so
or whatever. I'm not telling you.
I mean, I know.
I'm not telling you to say, well, I think it was Ricky
No.
or Johnny or Bill. Or
Shit,
whatever.
you're not going to get me to say nobody's name that I ain't for sure of.
Right, and I don't want you to.
So, as far as you talk.
Yes, you do. Because you talked about it, then you talked about something else, then you talked about it again.
About the real monsters or whatever that's down in there. I really don't know nobody that is that bad anymore. Like, I don't know Frank.
Right.
The only one that you named right there that I know is Randy. And the only reason I know him is because he's married to my cousin.
Right.
So, and just to go ahead and put this out there, and people fuss at me, and I probably get fussed at. I don't like him. I don't have nothing to do with him. It's kind of one of those situations that I don't like it at all. But I'm not going to put my ass in a cage because of something he did.
No, hell no.
So, and he's got to live with what he did. Everybody knows what he did. I don't like what he did. I don't stand for what he did. So, I don't stand for none of that. It's bad if people take advantage of anybody. Child, women, the weak, the elderly, anything. So, so you say the real monsters. Think about it. Do you think if anybody down there was the one hunting or taking or anything like that, most predators don't hunt. It's one of those like raccoon. They don't shit where they eat.
Right.
So I don't feel that it was. Maybe it was just some random dude, some random person. But you say she wanders off and somebody picked her up. I've never seen her away from the house without her mom, dad, and I've really never seen her off the hill. Now, look, I'm telling you, I was at work a lot. So after I was home, usually Dawn and Candace was there. Sometimes they was all off the hill. Sometimes she was off the hill with them. But I never did see her down there with her brothers.
Okay.
Very seldom did I see the youngest brother, off the hill, even with his older brothers. Once he got that little scooter and they had the motorcycles, yeah, they would come off and they'd loop back. But I didn't really see him off of it. The two older ones, yeah, they come off the hill on the motorcycles, run in and out, come back up the hill, run in and out, come up the hill. I mean, it wasn't like they was all grinding in and out the holler for 30, 45 minutes an hour, and then they'd go back to the house. It was like they would go out toward the bridge, turn around at the tile, come back in, go to that tile, turn around, come back in, go to the house. That was their routine. They'd make a lap to the tiles and back to the house. Lap to the tiles, back to the house. So,
all right. That answered. I'll accept that. But I got another question. As big as a mess as this become, now I know, I'm a little different than a lot of people that's watching this because I've grown up in this area. And I know sometimes you just don't stick your nose where it don't belong. You know what I mean?
Then why do you keep asking him questions that can get him hurt? Scott, if you know all the things about the area and you grew up there, you can answer them yourself.
yeah, that's what I was taught growing up.
Yep.
It ain't your business. Don't stir in it.
Now, in your opinion, as big as a mess as what this has come, let's say not you, let's not use you because you've got messed up in all this with the rest of us. Let's say somebody that ain't never been mentioned on YouTube but knows about all the craziness surrounding Summer Wells' case was out in the woods hunting, was living the intended or doing whatever they was doing. And they come upon her body. Do you think that they would report it, or do you think that they'd just let well enough be and just not speak on it?
No, somebody would have found it. If anybody would have wandered up on her by now.
If somebody found her, do you think they would say anything and not want to get tied up in it or a chance of getting tied up in it, or would they just leave well enough alone? And
no, if somebody had stumbled up on her at this point, they would have done. I mean, I would have. If I knew nothing about this and was in the woods and stumbled up on damn it, Scott, a deceased little girl. That's totally different situation. Yeah, they would have found it.
So that's Andy saying he doesn't think Summer wandered off into the woods. Listen, guys, I'm starting to get cool chills and not feel good again. I think I'm going to get off here for now. We could finish this later if you want. Hopefully tomorrow I'm feeling a little bit better. And you guys could just tell me what you want to watch. We got 10,000 things going on over here. Yeah, he brought it back on. For sure. Yeah, I'm gonna go lay down. I'm not feeling great. I apologize. Look, I lasted 4 hours. I was on for an hour and a half earlier, though. Thanks to Trump. So I'm going to get off. But tomorrow I'll let you guys decide. Benny, Ernie, or this. Okay? I'm sure if I felt a little bit better today, I'll probably feel even better tomorrow. Aw. Thank you, Tickety. It's just so much. I keep saying I wish I was more than one person. Lady R knows a lot. She'll be picking it up. All right, guys. Well, peace and love to you all. I will see you at some point tomorrow, I promise. Mwah. Have a good night.